Welcome. Let's go.
Welcome, welcome. Mic check. 1, 2.
Support the stream. Hit the Cash App dollar bake fire.
And a chance for everyone to get some shots up. Find the touch. Find the range. Find themselves. We're almost at game time. It's Friday night and live on 2K Sports. We're going to bring you the NBA and all its excitement. And tonight, we'll see the Houston Rockets as they go up against the Detroit Pistons here at Little Caesars Arena. This is Kevin Harlan. I'll be joined by Greg Anthony, Tim Legler, and we'll be hearing from our reporter, Allie LaForge, in the sidelines as well. And a moment here to see the standings for the Eastern Conference. And you know, guys, some interesting stories have unfolded here as we move through the middle of the season. Take a look at the Pistons. Quite a season they've assembled here, guys. Perched up there in first place and playing terrific basketball game in and game out.
And I think for the Pistons, they had pressure on them coming into the season. A lot of people were picking them to have a special year. And they haven't shied away from that pressure. They've embraced it.
Well, on paper, they certainly look dominant coming in, and that's exactly what we've seen on the floor. No one is going to want to face this team in the postseason.
Here's the starting group for Houston. Smith and Şengün make up the 4 and the 5. Tari Eason is out there with Amen Thompson. And it's Durant in at the small forward. And for Detroit, Harris steps in at the 4 with Duran at the center spot. Cade Cunningham out there with Duncan Robinson. And it's Thompson in at the 3, the small forward. And now we're being joined by our 2K insider, Shams Charania, who's calling in with a good story. Shams, what do you have?
You look at the Houston Rockets, already one of the most physically imposing teams in the league last season, and they got even bigger, signing Clint Capella, of course, the trade for Kevin Durant, and bringing back Steven Adams. They're a team that nobody looks forward to facing, guys.
Leveraging all that size. All right, Shams, we appreciate the report. KD's shot is good.
Anytime KD gets that look, it's a great possession for this team.
Harris outside. To Cunningham. Here's the 3. And it's Durant with the rebound. Last outing for Houston, it was a loss to Philadelphia.
Yeah, I mean, on the road, their defense was just overrun. Couldn't match the intensity of the opponent, and it cost them.
Well, that's the big challenge. Teams tend to feel more comfortable at home for sure, so you have to find a way to disrupt their rhythm. That just didn't happen in this one.
Here's Durant, following the three by Houston that went in. Clock at 6. And stolen by Şengün. Lobbed up there for Thompson. It's stolen by Harris. Thompson with it. Now defended by Şengün. Shot's good by Durant.
Yeah, it's a street fight out there, and that's exactly how Durant likes to play.
It's Thompson on the drive, and Thompson slams it home.
Rocketing off the deck. Thompson showing that youthful exuberance.
And that great replay brought to us by the AT&T Connected Cam. The Pistons have gone 2 for 4 from the field so far today. Now here's Thompson. Looking at his point production, he averages almost 11 points a game. First quarter of ball, almost 2.5 minutes in. Now let's take a minute to talk to Allie LaForce courtside.
KD.
I briefly spoke with JB Bickerstaff. The first thing on his mind was not letting Kevin Durant beat them. He said, quote, even if it means playing off other guys, we cannot let KD get comfortable. We have to be right up in his jersey the entire game. We're going to see some aggressive D on Durant tonight by the sound of this. Guys?
And as always, Allie, great job. Thank you. Here's Thompson following the basket by Cade Cunningham. Shot by Eason, no good.
Not quite enough defense. That time around, just lucky she was off.
Tim, what a ride it's been for sharpshooter Duncan Robinson.
Well, there is no doubt about both a men's Division III and Division I championship game. Then after going undrafted, he goes on to start in the NBA Finals. He has really come a long way.
Now, here's Cunningham, one of the most consistent producers in the league. He's averaging around 25.5 points a game. And so it's Thompson with it. He'll bring it up for Houston. 4-point game. Rebounded by Cade Cunningham. The Pistons have gotten 3 of 8 shots to fall for them here in the first quarter. And it's Thompson that time on the assist by Cunningham.
If he develops a consistent three-point shot in his first few years, Thompson's going to be scary.
Yep, that one goes in there. 1:52 left in the first quarter. Harris outside. Lets the three fly. Cunningham's shot is off.
Well, not really his best quarter as far as scoring. Let's see if he can eventually get back on track.
Pass to Eason. For the three. Gets the three-pointer to fall. Eason's got 5 now.
Yeah, it was a smart pass by Şengün, moving it out there for the triple.
Robinson kicks to Harris. Trying to answer back, but that three is off the mark. Houston leading by 6. In the corner, Smith with it. Outside Durant. The 3-ball. Buries the long-range jumper. 7 points in the game.
Oh, great ball movement there.
Here's Durant. And Durant slams it in.
Easiest work of the night for Durant. He barely had to elevate.
Inside. Pass to Eason. Trying to find Şengün. He gets it to him.
Wow, you got to commend the defensive effort right there. It really made a difference.
Robinson takes it off the glass.
And there's a pattern starting to take shape here. They're working it inside and getting good shots from close range.
Durant, the pass to Eason. Shoots the three. The basket good off the assist from Durant. KD's got 3 assists in the game. Got loose. And Smith with a clear path to the hoop. Now Şengün still without a basket. And another 3 for Houston.
Yeah, they built up this lead 3 points at a time.
Yeah, when you string triples together, it adds up quickly.
Robinson for 3. Connects from 3-point range.
Well, you can see it's a matter of pride out there for these guys.
And the responses often come from the three-point line. That's just today's game.
And so it's Kevin Durant making headlines and highlights for Houston. He got into double digits for the quarter with 10 points total. We come back right after this. And hope you've enjoyed the broadcast so far. Halfway through the first half in this one. And let's take a moment here to get your guys' take on scoring so far for the Rockets.
Well, they haven't wasted any time getting into a groove from deep, putting up and hitting a healthy amount of three-pointers thus far.
And how about the work they've done inside, just owning the paint so far?
So, Greg, you played in the league over a decade. What's the toughest thing about being a pro basketball player?
Lots of things. To me, it's just keeping your spot. Every year, there's just so much talent coming in. So holding on to a place on the roster, that can be as difficult as anything.
LeVert out there with Holland. Then there's Isaiah Stewart. Then it's Ivy. And it's Jenkins in at the point guard position. They're the group Detroit will start the second with. And there it is for him.
And this is where Adams has the biggest impact. The closer to the basket, the more effective he is.
And now let's send it over to our courtside reporter, Allie LaForce.
Thanks, guys. The Rockets have brought in the right veterans. Coach Ime Udoka said, quote, their approach rubbed off on our entire team. We can only teach so much, but you have to have guys that have carved out their niche in the league with that edge and that defensive mentality. It was invaluable for our team. Back to you.
You know, they've got that grit. Thank you, Allie. They double-team Şengün. Shot clock at 5. Here's Shepherd. And the 3 off target. Pistons trail by 5. And the tough guy reputation, Tim, well earned for Isaiah Stewart.
Well, yeah, he's a physical presence, Kevin. He does not shy away from an alley fight. He brings that edge every team needs, and it is especially welcome in the Motor City.
So for the Pistons, Asar Thompson, he's checked in for LeVert. Duncan Robinson comes in for Ivy. And it's Cunningham in for Jenkins. And we're now about a minute and a half into the second quarter. And contact on the shot, so he'll be shooting free throws here. It's going to be on Cade Cunningham.
Crafty work there by Shepherd to draw the whistle while in the act of shooting.
The Rockets shooting their initial free throws of the game right here. Houston making a switch. Durant's checked in. And the first one drops. And after years of disappointment, the Pistons, Tim, finally seem to have put it together.
And I think the key for them has been blending in the right amount of veteran leadership with their emerging young players. And I'll tell you what, this team still has a lot more upside.
Well, Reed Shepherd's shooting consistency and on-court smarts give him a strong foundation as a player. But adapting to the league is never easy. It takes time and a lot of work.
Now, here's Cunningham. And a miss there on the triple. We're now about 2 minutes into the second quarter. Here's Shepherd. Detroit with the rebound. They defeated the Pelicans in their last game.
Yeah, in that game, the offense was firing on all cylinders, partly because the other team's defense was a no-show.
Yeah, they didn't play down to the level of their opponent. That's not an easy thing to pull off, but they certainly were focused in this one.
Now, here's Durant. He had a 36-point outing in the last game against Philadelphia.
And he was outstanding, getting to the line and converting.
And the shot is good.
Very difficult to stop team play when the ball's moving. Excellent find with the pass to create that scoring opportunity.
Here's Finney-Smith. He has yet to score. Şengün with the bucket.
A work in progress for the big man. When Şengün is hitting from the outside, this offense becomes dangerous.
Pass to Robinson. To Cunningham. Shot from 12. Jump shot is good that time. Cunningham's got his second bucket of the game to go.
Yeah, and I like Cunningham from the mid-range area of the floor. It's the most difficult place for a defense to run extra traffic at you.
Here's Okogie. His last outing, he had 8 points. Şengün inside. Guarded by Stewart. Şengün with the bucket.
A guy who is ready to fight for it. Şengün using that strength to get that one to go.
Outside Robinson. Over in the corner, Cunningham. 5 on the clock. And the basket is good, and he's got a chance here for one more at the line.
Yeah, Cunningham felt the contact, knew he was going to get a whistle, and now he's going to the line for one more.
For the Pistons, Duren comes in for Isaiah Stewart. And Tobias Harris subbed in for Holland. Houston with a big group substitution here. Adams, he's checked in for Şengün. Smith comes in for Dorian Finney-Smith. Tari Eason's checked in for Josh Okogie. And Amen Thompson subbed in for Shepherd. And so the timeout here by J.B. Bickerstaff. He's going to take a minute here to get things straightened out. And here is our 2K leaderboard with the list of the NBA's toughest defensive teams over the course of the last 10 games. The Pistons, number 1.
I mean, they've been impressive on the defensive end, and they may have caught a few teams on off nights, but you've got to give them credit. They've made scoring a chore when you look at their opponents.
Now, here's Cunningham. He has 7, and yes, it's good.
Well, he's starting to get into a rhythm now after a rough first quarter.
Right side, Kevin Durant launches it. That's in, coming off the assist from Thompson. Thompson's got his 3rd assist on the night.
And the D has gotten a little bit laxed here defending the triple.
Now, here is Robinson. He picked up 15 points in the last win against New Orleans. It's out of bounds. The Pistons able to retain possession here. .11 left to play here in the half. Cunningham for 3. Good for another field goal. Number 5 in the night. 5 for 10 shooting.
And you just knew Cunningham was going to respond with a 3 of his own.
Pass to Adams. Duren pulls it in. Pistons trail by 3. Here's Thompson. Offensive rebound. The tray. No good on the shot. In the second, 5 of 10. The 3 from KD. And another 3 for Houston.
The defense a step slow, and you can see the results.
Detroit's gone 2 of 4 from 3-point range so far in the second quarter. And the foul on Tari Eason. That's his first foul. 16 seconds left to play in the first half. Eason against Robinson. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Fades back. That shot off the mark.
Not sure what the D was doing there. Clearly a breakdown. You can ill afford to give a guy like him that good a look.
And so it's Houston with a 6-point lead at the end of the quarter. They've done a lot of great work from long range. And don't go away. We'll be right back.
Greetings, Shaq, Kenny, and EJ here as we tip off the show with a look at our mid-season Eastern Conference standings. And just for a moment here, I was wondering, if you guys were playing in the league today, which current player would you most like to team up with? And guys, turning back to the first half of our game, KD doing whatever he wanted, whenever he wanted.
Yeah, we've said it before. When KD's in rhythm, there's really no answer. He can shoot over anyone and from anywhere, Ernie.
Amazing what he's done in only one half of play here. And that is it for halftime, folks. It is back to Kevin Harlan and the crew for the second half.
And we've got second half action for you. Thus far, a pretty evenly contested game. What a game we're seeing from Kevin Durant.
Well, we'll find out if they were able to find an answer for him over the break. He was scoring with ease in that first half.
and that will be the biggest adjustment. They have to force the ball out of his hands, but that's a difficult challenge.
And so in the game for the Rockets, we'll see Durant and Smith playing up at forward. Thompson is out there with Tari Eason. And it's Şengün in at the pivot, manning the middle.
Well, he is really filling it up, but also keeping others involved.
All right, Legs, follow me here. You look at the rise of teams like Detroit. There's a lot to be said for having young legs.
Well played, Kevin, well played. And look, today's game exacts a physical toll. And if you think of it, that's especially true when you're playing a team like the Pistons. They play fast and they hit hard.
Here's Cunningham. That's in, coming off the assist from Thompson. 14 points for Cade Cunningham.
Well, let me tell you something. Cade Cunningham has gone from a rising star in this league to a bona fide star and putting up big numbers tonight.
Şengün, no good. And so it's Cunningham with it. He brings it up for the Detroit Pistons. Trailing by 4. Harris passes to Robinson. Back to Harris. And Detroit again with the bucket.
That makes 3 in a row to start the second half.
First minute and a half of basketball here in the third quarter. Pass to Smith. Back to Durant. From the arc. Kevin Durant. Bullseye. Money on the 3.
Bottom line, you need shooters on your team who can space the floor.
Yeah, that's how you create that spacing, and that will open up a lot of options offensively.
And so the timeout here by J.B. Bickerstaff. He's going to make some adjustments to the game plan. And we've got a chance now to get caught up on how the standings are looking in the West as we make the push through midseason. Taking a look at Houston. They're having a solid season. 5th in the conference and looking to move up.
And seeing where the Rockets are, at times they played some of the best basketball in the league, but they haven't been able to sustain it over the course of the entire season. And that's the only reason they're not in first place.
Well, they're still right there in the hunt for that top spot, and they believe there's still another level in which they can turn it on. Well, it's still a good start to the half. They had to miss sometime.
Jacks up a 3. That's in, coming off the assist from Thompson. Thompson's got 4 assists in the game.
Well, that's helping your team. By and large, he's taking shots he knows he can make.
Now, here's Robinson. 5 points in the game. Duran with the screen on Smith. Shoots from 14. Harris misses.
Well, he just wanted the ball more than anybody else. That's a great rebound.
Greg, you look at Alperen Şengün. He's one of the best combinations of force and finesse in the NBA.
And you wonder how he fell to the 16th pick in the 2021 draft. You saw the numbers he was putting up as a 19-year-old in Turkey. Pretty clear he should have gone higher.
And here is Harris following the 3 from Kevin Durant. Will it go? Cunningham for 3. The shot, no good. Rockets leading by 11. He lobs up the alley-oop pass. Stolen by Robinson. They push it up 4 on 3. Cunningham with it. Picked up by Thompson. Cunningham kicks to Robinson. Off target from outside. For Houston, they've gotten 4 of the first 5 second-half shots to fall. 80% since the break. Durant gets it done inside.
As hot as he's been this quarter, the game plan is simple, folks. Get him the ball and get out of the way.
And so the timeout here by J.B. Bickerstaff. He's ready to talk things through with them. And, Greg, these poised veterans really seem to have triggered a shift for the Rockets.
At the same time, it's going to be Houston's young talent that determines their future. And they've already shown they can make a major impact.
Jenkins, he's checked in for Cunningham. And a switch here also for Houston. Shepard's checked in. Harris looking it over. And good that time. Harris has got 6 points in the quarter.
Well, he's certainly not the reason they're down. If they're going to grab the lead here, more guys are going to have to step up.
Count it. Really like how Durant is playing tonight. Going for his. This guy is just so unreal.
Now here's Jenkins. He's tightly guarded. That's good. The Houston lead is cut down to 11 points with that bucket from Tobias Harris.
That's great use of the bounce. The ball got there.
Thompson. Good work there as it goes. Thompson's got 9.
And everything is dropping for them. Terrific second half run.
Well, whatever they talked about at halftime, it's working now.
Now here is Harris. 11 points in the game. And it hung on the rim, but wouldn't fall for him. Smith finds KD. Thompson outside. 59 seconds left in the third. Good on the bucket. 11 points in the game.
And not hard to see why they are giving up points on this run. Just too many good looks from in close.
Pass to Duran. Pistons passing it around. Now here's Jenkins. Off target from three-point range. Harris against Durant. Rebound, Detroit. Well, they've got some work to do to cut into this lead.
And no need to get away from the game plan, though. But plenty of time to get back in it.
Well, with that size and athletic ability, Durant is a terrific alley-oop threat.
And stolen by Thompson. Pass to Duran. Now here's Jenkins. He's covered closely. That shot, no good. Stolen by Robinson. And so it's Kevin Durant making headlines and highlights for Houston. He put together quite a quarter, 13 points in all. And he looks to be planning for more. And we'll be back with you shortly. While we have the chance now, folks, let's go to our State Farm assist of the game.
And he sliced the D wide open with his feet. They had no chance to prevent that basket.
Well, I like the fact he didn't telegraph it. That's poetry in motion right there.
And there have been two very different performances from these teams today as we get going in quarter number 4. At the guard spots, we'll see Cunningham and Ivey. Holland is out there with Karis LeVert. And it's Stewart in at the 5. That's the 5 on the floor for the Pistons. And you think of the different styles of play, Tim is the one that you prefer watching.
I personally like variety, Kevin. I like certainly three-point shooting. That's how I made my living. But I also want to see post play. And I want to see teams that also can beat you with isolation sets as well. I think those are the toughest teams to defend. They can hit you from any area.
They sure can.
Just a terrific effort on the offensive glass. That's how they're going to cut into this league.
And Greg, a dunk like that is sure to give them a spark. Beyond the arc. Detroit with the rebound. Cunningham's got 5 rebounds tonight.
Yeah, they're winning despite his offensive performance. He just hasn't been sharp from the field.
Effective from the mid-range. For Cunningham, it's about shooting with confidence.
Right wing. Pass to Şengün. Lays it up and banks it in.
And won't find many more games as entertaining as this one.
This is what the fans came to see. A lot of great plays going back and forth.
Cunningham on the wing. No good from outside.
One made 3 for him for the game. Does he focus closer in? Let's see.
Pass to Şengün. Shoots over Holland. And a little luck that time, but it drops. And now it's an 11-point Rocket lead.
Another good play. This is how they built the lead, calling on the right guys at the right time.
Well, they are making something very difficult look simple right now.
Here's Holland. No good on the triple. Here's Shepherd. Ivey defending.
Okogie, the pass to Finney-Smith. This one for three. Buries it from three-point range. Finney-Smith's got himself going there. His first points of the game on the deep ball. For those just joining us, fourth quarter here. We're just over 2.5 minutes into it. And Adams sends it back.
Adams puts every ounce of energy into his defense. He's not out there to contest shots. He's out there to reject them.
Shepard with the ball. Covered by Cunningham. Adams' shot is good.
Well, part of their game plan was to block out the noise and just stay focused.
There is no doubt about it. They've done a great job minimizing all of the external factors. And timeout called by J.B. Bickerstaff. He knows every possession is critical now. And one of our featured players tonight earns our player of the game, Kevin Durant.
Hey, guys, no doubt who our pick is going to be. He's made everyone else on the court look like they're playing at half speed. It's been total domination, and you can't help but just sit back and admire that performance.
And this is exactly what a star player is supposed to do. Coming off a loss, he made sure they weren't going to make it 2 in a row. Pistons trail by 16. Now Duren. There's the dunk.
And not only does he get all the way to the rim in traffic, but how about he goes to the reverse?
You got to be kidding me. That was awesome. Now here's Thompson. Off the glass.
It helps that Thompson can score with either hand close to the bucket. Defenders can't force him to one side or the other.
Here's Durant. And there's the call on Durant. That's his first foul. Cunningham against Thompson. Harris. Big time move inside. Well, what a steady presence offensively and a very difficult player to game plan for. And it's Durant with the ball. He'll bring it up for Houston. Durant drives. Got it to go off the glass.
At this point, I don't know what you can do to slow this team down.
Well, they've gotten the matchup they want every time up the floor, and they have taken advantage of that. Cunningham. Oh, the dunk. Just a great job by Cunningham using the dribble to create separation. Rockets leading by 14. Durant. Oh, one dunk after another. Woo!
And slams it home and gets some camper time on the end of it.
He did. He spent a while up in that rim, didn't he? Here's Harris. Puts it up from 7. Got it to go. Yeah, this is Tobias Harris at his best. When he finds a rhythm like he has tonight, he can be really effective offensively. Durant rising up and ripping down the two-hand jam.
And tonight's battle is going to end with a very clear winner, leaving nothing to chance. Impressive win for Houston.
Tonight they seem committed to the three-point shot.
That was the bread and butter. Fortunately, they made enough of those, but sometimes it was quantity over quality.
And so the hard work and effort paying off tonight, putting another win in the books. That'll be win number 27.
And you know, this is a win they wanted badly, guys. They did not want to get swept in the season series.
And we watched one guy all night long, guys, and looking at the stats just confirms what a dominant game he had. What a night tonight it was for KD. Well, he had a lot of success making plays for his team and breaking down the defense. Oh, that is a big-time jam.
Finishing strong. This is how
thought of losing this game has been put to bed. Now here is Harris. Good. Lays it right in there.
And that's something Cunningham takes pride in. Sharp read with that 10-point pass.
Durant down low. It's up against Thompson. And there's Thompson. That's good on the assist from KD.
And they came in determined to take this one. It's going to be a happy flight home.
It is never easy to win on the road, but they rose to the challenge. Here's Harris. And that's in there. A nice shot by Katie. So we see Houston taking the W here. This one was over well before the final buzzer. The fans were waiting for something to get excited about, Greg, but they never got it.
They sure didn't. I mean, they just rolled to this win. They made it look really easy. What an efficient performance at both ends.
Now let's send it over to Allie LaForce on the sideline with our player of the game. Allie, take it away.
KD, you were able to clamp down defensively as the game wore on. What was the key there?
Well, we stayed patient. We could touch the shots. They hit some tough ones early on. And I think in the pick and roll, we made a solid adjustment. And we turned that around. Coach made a great adjustment, and we was able to get rebounds and go.
The patience was so important. It paid off. Thanks, KD.
And as always, Allie, thank you so much. And that about wraps it up. Along with Tim Legler, Greg Anthony, and Allie LaForce, this is Kevin Harlan saying thank you once again for being with us here tonight on 2K Sports. But as we go, let's take a look at our player of the game, Kevin Durant.
Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Welcome, folks, and what better way to celebrate the end of the week? Friday night basketball on 2K Sports. In this one, we'll see the Brooklyn Nets going up against the Boston Celtics. Along with Stan Van Gundy and Hall of Famer Grant Hill, I'm Brian Anderson. Allie LaForce will be with us courtside. Let's see some of the numbers here for Sam Hauser.
And over the last 5 games, his field goal percentage has increased. And you can make a case his confidence as well because of this.
Looking at the starting 5 for Boston. White and Brown are the wingmen. Then there's Peyton Pritchard. Then it's Sam Hauser. And it's Queta in at the 5. And for Brooklyn, Porter Jr. and Clowney in at forward. Dimon out there with Terrence Mann. And it's Claxton in at the center position. And this is a tough time of the season, Grant. A few months in, with a few months to go.
Yeah, B.A. You know, for the players, this is when they start to feel the grind of the regular season. A lot of the guys are dealing with nagging fatigue or mental weariness. He just rises up and throws it down hard with one hand.
That is such a go-to move for him. He holds nothing back on those. Chalk up 2 there.
Setting an aggressive tone early, challenging the heart of that defense.
Brooklyn with the ball. Pass to Mann. Good ball movement here by Brooklyn. Porter, the pass to Mann. For 3, Dimon. Boston with a rebound. fresh off a win against the Pacers.
And I think they were prepared to face pressure D, but that never materialized, so they took advantage.
And you could sense the difference in energy. They were keyed up, jumping on mistakes. They just outworked them.
Here's Claxton. Pass to Clowney. Outside man. 6 to shoot. Deflected.
On defense, how valuable is White? He's a guard who can protect the rim.
And from the sideline, let's catch up with Allie.
Well, I had a chance to talk with head coach Jordy Fernandez. We briefly talked about Jaylen Brown and what kind of defensive mindset you have to have against him, and he said we have to be willing to work just as hard as he is. We have to fight through every single screen, talk to one another, and contest every shot we can. Sounds like it'll be an all-out effort against Brown here in this one. Back to you, Brian.
Okay, good stuff. Thank you, Allie. And some tough salary decisions this summer for the Boston Celtics, Coach.
Well, in one way, it's a good problem to have, possessing too much talent. But with this new CBA, it's harder to retain everybody like we saw with Celtics teams of old.
Boston's gone 0 for 2 from outside. Here's White. Goes it hard with one hand. Wow, he makes it look easy.
Well, White is a solid athlete. He's more than capable of getting up for these kind of throwdowns.
Pass to Dimon. Outside Porter. The three. Drops in the three.
He's consistent from out there, especially when you give him that kind of room.
The Celtics with the lead. And denied. He sends it right off the glass. Here's Timmons. And the call will be against Peyton Pritchard. That's his first foul. Walsh is checked in for Boston. Here's Claxton. An important role in this offense, averaging around 12.5 per game. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Clowney, good.
Just taking it right to the rim, and no one was there to greet him.
Once he gets in deep on the defense, there is no way he's missing a layup like that.
Here's Queta. He's guarded by Claxton. Queta gets the bucket. Queta's got his second basket of the game.
Getting enough shots in close to play inside out.
Pass to Porter. Oh, he missed the layup. He had it with the pump fake. Here's Walsh. He's guarded by Claxton. White, the pass to Queta. Now Brown. For three. The rebound by Mann. Now here's Porter to the inside. Here's Claxton. 2 shots, 2 makes. Off to a good start.
Pounding it inside early and often, setting a physical tone.
And so Joe Mazzulla decides to call a timeout. He's going to take a minute to regroup with his players. Brooklyn making some changes. Williams is checked in for Clowney. And it's Thomas in for Mann. Boston also changed in and out. Tillman's checked in for Queta. Boucher comes in for Jaylen Brown. And Simon has subbed in for Pritchard.
I mean, they've been relentless. Just keep getting shots at the rim.
A minute 39 left to play in the first quarter. And Anthony Simons has grown his reputation. But he still flies a little under the radar, Stan.
Yeah, he hasn't been in high visibility situations, like an epic playoff game that puts you on everyone's map. But opponents sure fear him and respect him.
Pass to White. And it falls for him. He's hit 3 of his first 4 attempts. Nets trail by 3. Williams on the wing. It's Thomas on the wing. He's guarded by White. Back to Claxton. And Claxton throws it down.
And you see the maturation from Thomas over time, improving as a distributor in the screen and roll.
Outside White. From behind the arc. His 4th make in 5 tries. Solid start for him.
He's a potent mix of effort and ability. Hard to shut down a player of his caliber.
Here's Thomas. And it's Boucher with the rebound. Celtics lead by 4. Pass to Walsh. Shot and game clock separated by 5. Nice ball movement by Boston. Shot clock at 6. White, good.
Yeah, we've seen White's confidence as a scorer grow over time, which is why he stays aggressive when he catches fire.
Here's Thomas. No good with a layup. Derek White getting it done for the Boston Celtics. He made a big impact, scoring 12 points in the quarter. We'll be right back with you shortly. Hope you've enjoyed the broadcast so far. Halfway through the first half in this one. Breakdown for Boston.
Well, the way they've been attacking inside is phenomenal. Consistently getting high percentage looks, and that's what great offenses are all about.
And another thing, they found the open man. Really playing unselfish basketball, moving the ball around there on the perimeter.
We got Cam Thomas. He's out there with Traore. Williams is out there with Sharp. And it's Wolf in at the 4. That's the Nets 5 as we get into the second quarter. Nets trail by 7. Here's Traore. Outside, Williams. Sharp with screen on Boucher. Down low. That one a tad offline, but it drops in for him. Sharp's got his first points of the night.
Hey, I like the unselfishness. If someone has a better opportunity, make the next pass.
Here's Boucher for 3. Rebound Brooklyn. Their last encounter was in Boston, where they were able to handle the Celtics.
And we all know that on the road, you don't usually look so comfortable on the offensive end. But that was the story of the game.
Well, it comes down to preparation. They were ready for that game and kept the crowd out of it for the most part.
Pass to Sharp. Cans it with nobody near him. Sharp's gotten 4 this quarter. And so it's Pritchard with it. He brings it up for Boston. It's a 3-point game. Next game against the Bulls at United Center. Got to wrap up this short 2-game road trip. A nice shot by Walsh.
Man, they're having a hard time defending the triple. That's 3 in a row.
Williams punches it home.
Size, explosion. He's a dangerous finisher, and we saw it right there.
And so Joe Mazzulla calls the timeout. He's going to gather the troops and talk it over. So both teams making some changes here. Celtics lead by 4. All right, guys, we're lucky to have Shams Charania joining us now. Our 2K insider calling in with a story. What do you got, Shams?
Well, the Nets trading this summer for Michael Porter Jr. And after playing a complimentary role in Denver with Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray, he now becomes a focal point. He said he's not really a big city guy with all the traffic. But listen, he can expect plenty of crowding every time he touches the ball.
He can heat up in a hurry. Shams, thank you. Outside White. From outside the arc. And the Celtics another 3.
All 5 of the last buckets they've given up have been from downtown.
And keeping us updated from the sidelines, Allie LaForce.
Thanks a lot, Brian. Michael Porter Jr. was the #1 prospect in his high school class, and he said growing up basketball was easy for me. It was like, say, going up an elevator. And after my injuries, it's like climbing the stairs. It's like I'm walking in my purpose through this. More than if everything had just been smooth. Back to you, Brian.
Thank you, Allie. And here in the second quarter, about 3 minutes played. Porter's shot is off.
Given his range, you'd expect him to capitalize on that opening.
Now here's White. He's guarded by man. White can't hit. Nets trail by 9. Porter with a screen on Pritchard. And here's Thomas from the arc. They get it back. Here's Williams. Cash assisting on the play with Porter. Williams has gotten 4 this quarter.
And their offense seems to be coming around. Now they're shooting upwards of 50% from the field.
Terrific finish there from Brown. He goes up strong and absorbs the contact.
And Jordi Fernandez wants a timeout. He's going to talk it over with his guys. Well, few descriptions more glowing than saying a player is clutch. What, in your opinion, Grant, enables a player to be that way?
You know, B.A., it's about confidence and command. When you're able to process and execute under the pressure, both internal and external, that's when you have a chance to be clutch.
Nick Claxton, he's checked in for Brooklyn. Dimon comes in for Thomas. Boston also changing it up. Cadiz checked in for Tillman. Hauser comes in for Boucher. And Simon has subbed in for Pritchard. Porter's shot is off.
Not his best night, and not the team's best night. Sometimes it just goes that way.
Here's Brown. Oh, Jaylen Brown! A strong finish.
Yeah, he's picking it up here in the second quarter after a slow start.
Outside man.
Come to me, come to me.
1:43 left in the second quarter. Here's Dimon. And again, it's the Nets missing. Celtics lead by 11. White on the wing. Fires for three. Brooklyn has gone 1 of 4 from three-point land here in the second. White with the steal. And here we go. The Celtics on the run. And White finishes off the break. Well done.
Once you're inside, anything can happen. Somehow, White paid it off.
Outside Porter. Shoots from 12. Count that one. Porter's got 8 points.
Terrific ball movement leading to the basket. You love to see it.
Outside White. And here's Brown for three. Brooklyn pulls it in. Man's got his 4th rebound in this one. Pass to Porter. Takes the three. Buries it from 3. He's got 11.
I like this trend. He's hit 2 triples this period, has 3 for the game.
Brown passes to Hauser. Shot from 16. Shot is good. Off the back rim and in. Brown's got 6 in the quarter.
Well, his percentage keeps going up. He's adapted to what the defense is showing him.
Out to the right wing. Up top, Porter. He drains it. Made half his shots. He's 5 for 10 now.
And this is Porter Jr.'s role. It's why his coaches and teammates encourage him to keep looking to score.
Brown uses the glass on the layup. And the Celtics lead by 10.
And just executing at a high level. I mean, taking what the defense allows and putting in the work.
Yeah, come on. They're just having their way out there and continuing to press the advantage.
And so it's Boston ending the quarter up 10. Their key to consistency has been their dominance in the paint. They've been the more physical team. We'll be right back.
Hey folks, happy you joined us. The action tonight, a bit wild and a big deficit now for the Brooklyn Nets.
If they think they'll win with this kind of defense, they're tripping. When you give up that many good shots, it fuels your opponent's fire.
You're like gasoline on a flame, I'd say. All right, let's switch it over. See what the fans are posting on. And that'll do it for us. Thanks for stopping by. We'll head back down to Brian Anderson and crew for the start of the third quarter.
And happy you could join us. We've got 2 quarters left to go in regulation. How about Derek White really making a difference here?
Through the first 2 quarters, he's been on fire. Explosive offensive performance.
Yeah, and in terms of slowing him down, I think they're going to have to change things up. Give him some different looks.
And so it's Pritchard with it. He brings it up for the Celtics. And Grant, the Nets have shown the capacity to rebuild quickly in the past.
Yeah, playing in a big market helps. But they've pivoted decisively from their Big Three era and have the picks and flexibility to make moves.
Kicking off the second half, here's Joe Mazzulla's 5. Their backcourt, Pritchard and White. Jaylen Brown is out there with Sam Hauser. And it's Queta in at center, filling out the middle.
Well, talk about a guy who gives you exceptional effort. Derek White is always watching the floor for gaps he can fill, places he can make a difference in the game.
And last season, Grant, the sale of the Celtics franchise for $6.1 billion. It seemed like a lot at the time.
Well, yeah, that was until the Lakers sale hit 11 digits last summer, BA. But in both cases, basketball decision-making doesn't change right away. In the case of the Celtics, the governorship doesn't transfer until 2028.
Well, Grant, last season, the Nets retired number 15, the jersey.
And half amazing. In his half-decade in New Jersey, making 3 All-Star teams, 2 as a starter, and joins his former teammate Jason Kidd amidst the 7 jerseys we see hanging above us.
Pass to Dimon from downtown, sinks it from distance. Dimon's got 5 points.
Good heads-up basketball. Season opening and capitalizes.
White for 3. 3-pointer goes up. 3-pointer goes down for White.
His strong shooting has really helped them secure this lead.
Here's Clowney. Pass to Porter. Beyond the arc. And again, it's Brooklyn from deep.
And he's really made his mark with the 3-pointer today. That's another big one.
And when you have shooters feeling it from distance, it feels like no lead is safe because points can get put up in a hurry.
Brown can't hit.
Well, and even though he couldn't get that one to fall, that's a shot they want him taking.
Here's Dimon. Count it. Dimon's got his 3rd bucket of the night.
Well, they came out of the locker room with a purpose. 4 for 4 already in the half.
Inside, White gets it to go.
They've got the offense clicking. 3 for 4 to start the half and looking confident.
Porter with a screen on Pritchard. Here's Dimon, defended by Pritchard. Dimon, that's good. Dimon's got 7 now in this quarter.
And right now, that's 5 buckets in a row. Looking like a well-oiled machine coming out of the break.
Brown passes to White. The 3 is up. Hits a 3-pointer. And the Celtics lead by 10.
Putting on a shooting clinic from deep. He had that huge first half, and he's still rolling.
Here's Dimon. Queta pulls it in. Queta's got 6 rebounds here tonight. Hauser passes to White. Oh, through contact. White gets the finish.
Well, his offense is carrying them right now. And even with the defense keying on him, he's making great adjustments on the fly.
Pass to Claxton. Just 5 to shoot. And the ball goes out of bounds. Last touch by Claxton. Here's a look at what's coming up for Boston. On Saturday, they'll go up against the Bulls in Chicago. Then on Monday, they'll be matching up with Damian Lillard and the Portland Trail Blazers.
And you know, for that matchup with Atlanta, that's a game where you'd be surprised to see them lose. They'd have to have a really off night for them to get upset there.
Cameron Thomas checked in for Brooklyn. The Celtics also with a sub. Walsh is checked in for Hauser.
Their ball movement on this run has been tremendous. It's led to a lot of good, clean, open looks.
And so the timeout by Jordi Fernandez here. He's going to take a moment to give him a breather and talk things over. Boston making a switch here. Boucher's checked in. We've gone about 3.5 minutes here into the third.
Who's got ball?
Outside man. Shoots over Brown. Out of bounds.
Out of bounds.
Nets ball as Brooklyn keeps possession. And a chance to look at the block shot numbers over the last few seasons for Nicholas Claxton.
Yeah, and his block averages have been trending the wrong way. But honestly, these numbers can be misleading. Sometimes guys just don't want to take a shot around you.
Pulls it in.
Nice rebound. Trying to match the other team's intensity right now.
Boucher finds Brown. He's got it. 6 of 10 now.
We've seen that more than once today. An effortless basket inside.
Grant, the thing about Jaylen Brown, he doesn't need a lot of space to get his shot off.
You know, B.A., he has a quick release and rises high on his jumper. Has a great up fake and can stop on a dime. Usually all the space he needs to find his shot. Just a big play at this juncture of the game. Second chance points could be the key for them.
Impressive effort right there. That's what they need to mount a comeback.
His scoring is a big reason why they're up right now. Let's see if they can close it out.
All right, guys, what do you think so far about the offensive approach for the Celtics?
Well, their passing has been just exceptional, and it's opened up the floor for them on numerous occasions.
Also, they were ultra consistent from outside, hitting a high percentage of those shots tonight.
There's no question. Peyton Pritchard has one of the best value contracts in the league.
Sure does, B.A. He's on a 4-year, $30 million deal, signed back in 2023. He's a tireless worker, a talented scorer, playmaker, and, of course, outside shooter.
Brooklyn making a switch here. Wilson's checked in. Here's Thomas for 3. Jaylen Brown with a rebound. Celtics lead by 18. To the middle. Here's White. Ooh, good finish at the rack off the slick feed. 44 points for Derek White.
Well, they just need to keep getting him the ball. He has been terrific this quarter.
Stay on him.
Here's Dimon. 9 points in the game. 46 seconds left in the third quarter. Wide open look. And it's Boucher with the rebound.
And they're +5 on the boards after that rebound.
Pritchard, the pass to Boucher. Back to Pritchard. Kick out to Brown. Over Williams. And the shot falls short that time. Nets trail by 20. Pass to Dimon. These are his first free throws of the game. First one falls for him.
Everyone knows Cam Thomas shoots the ball very well. But how about everything else? This is a guy who competes for everything out there.
And so Simons will bring it up for the Boston Celtics. Pass to Walsh. This one for 3. And the three-pointer goes. Walsh has got his second basket on the night.
The value of good ball movement isn't lost on this squad.
Here's Thomas. What a play! He drains it at the buzzer!
And credit him for understanding the situation and coming through.
Yeah, really a perfect way to finish that quarter on a strong, positive note.
Derek White getting it done for the Celtics. And he's recorded his season high in points and hopes. And it's time now to bring you our State Farm assist of the game.
You can count on him to deliver a few assists like this one each and every night.
Well, that is what coaches want from their point guards. Set others up, play the game the right way.
And with the fourth quarter upon us, time is running out for this game to become competitive. Nets trail by 19. Toure out there with Cameron Thomas. Then it's Michael Porter. Then it's Zaire Williams. And it's Wolf in at the finish line. So that's the lineup for Brooklyn.
Just incredible. I mean, he's really making it rain out there, knocking them down one after another.
Well, what I love about his three-point shooting is the spacing that he's adding. It makes things a lot easier for everyone else.
Brooklyn has gone 6 of 14 from the perimeter tonight. Pass to Toure, and Pritchard comes to help. Good ball movement here by Brooklyn. Porter, the pass to Thomas. 6 on the shot clock. Again, the Nets score.
A fantastic score. To put it simply, Thomas has unlimited confidence in his offensive abilities.
To the right side. Here's Walsh. again, Boston with the triple.
And he's not taking it easy on them at all. I mean, we all know he's going to keep pouring it on.
And defensively, that kind of effort is just not going to cut it.
Torrey gets the bucket. Torrey's got his first bucket in this one.
Wow, he doesn't make those kind of plays too often. Sweet move inside.
Brooklyn making a switch here. Claxton's checked in. And the Celtics also making a change. Jaylen Brown, he's checked in for Walsh. Time now to hear from our reporter, Allie LaForce.
Over the break, I listened in on Joe Mazzulla's huddle, and Coach reminded his team that leads can disappear quickly in the NBA. He said if we get loose and they make a few shots in a row, then this is a ball game again. Do not let that happen, he implored. Guys.
Appreciate the report, Allie. Pass to Brown. Fires for three. The rebound by the Nets. And if they're going to make a move, this is a good time to start.
And there's still plenty of time, but they definitely don't want to let this game get too far out of hand.
Back to Thomas. All alone. There's another one for Brooklyn.
Yeah, Thomas has options out there. He has the touch to score in the mid-range area.
Over to the wing. Here's Minot. Offline with a three. For Brooklyn, they've gotten 4 or 5 attempts to fall so far in the fourth. Williams passes to Porter. Thomas outside. Claxton a screen on Simons. Here's Thomas. And that one goes in as he's fouled. It'll be 3 points if he converts the free throw. Well, Stan, Joe Mazzulla is a young head coach taking over on the Celtics bench in 2022.
Well, B.A., he's got a rare intensity about him. Certainly not afraid to think outside the box, and obviously the results speak for themselves.
Here's Brown. Brown cashes in. A terrific finisher inside.
Look, Brown's a great athlete. I love to see him work inside.
They've been aggressive during this run, but they've also played under control.
Yeah, you know, I like how they're not relying on just one guy to get it done. They're sharing the ball and keeping the defense guessing.
Man, he's checked in for Thomas. Boston also changed in and out. Cadiz checked in for Tillman. Hauser comes in for Minot. And Derek White subbed in for Simons.
Attacking the rim at full speed. No one wanted to get in Brown's way.
Nets trail by 12. There's a screen. Here's Dimon, defended by Brown. Oh, missed on the tray.
I know he's on a cold streak, but he can't let that get in his head.
Yeah, they might want to draw something up here to get him something at the rim or get him to the free throw line. Sometimes that's all it takes to snap a cold streak.
Pritchard with a steal. Cuts off the pass. Claxton. Oh, no good on the layup. Celtics lead by 14. Now White. Takes a three. Knocks down the trifecta.
Really feels like they're in control. They've got a big lead with time dwindling.
Yeah, and at this point, the focus is take care of the ball, no needless fouls, and no threes.
Pritchard outside. Here's White. 1:36 left in the fourth quarter. Oh, no good on the layup.
I mean, come on, that's a shot you expect him to make.
And this one hasn't been in doubt for a bit now. They came out on a mission, and you can bag up this win for the Celtics.
Their transition game was the standout for me. Created a lot of extra pressure pushing the ball.
I agree. They took control of the tempo and were really dictating the terms of the game.
And this will give them their 28th win of the year.
And they've now won themselves a 2-1 advantage in this season series. We'll see if it's the same story when these two meet one last time.
And as it was happening, as it was building, you knew this was a monster game for Derek White.
Yeah, and I loved his attitude tonight. He really had that scorer's mentality. Absolutely no way to stop him.
They're on a little run right now, but I'm wondering, where was this energy earlier?
Yeah, it's so frustrating as a coach when it takes your team this long to get into a rhythm.
And stolen by Claxton. And here's the fast break. Tipped. And they recover it. Money from three. Here's Pritchard. Shot clock and game clock separated by less than 6 seconds. Wide outside. Brown against Porter. He gets 2 from the low post.
That's an inspired ball club. They fought hard, and during the most important moments, they made big plays.
Yeah, they saved the best basketball for this home stretch, and they certainly earned this one.
So we see Boston get the win here. And they barely squeezed out the win here on the road.
And BA, the visiting team is always under some added pressure, but they made it work and got the win, whatever the margin may have been.
Thank you for joining us. That'll do it for now. For Grant Hill, Allie LaForce, and Coach Stan Van Gundy, this is Brian Anderson. Thank you for watching the NBA on 2K Sports. And as we leave you, here's a look at our player of the game, Derek White.
It's time to meet the starting five for your Cleveland Cavaliers. At guard, 6'4", number 5, Sam Merrill.
And Doris, when you look around the league, there are still a handful of players coming along from off-season injury.
Yeah, and Kev, this is a very tough balance for coaches to have to navigate. You have to protect your guys that have a history of injury, but at the same time, it's eventually go time. We got to win games here.
Now Sacramento starting 5. Outside on the perimeter, Levine and DeRozan. Sabonis is out there with Achua. And it's Westbrook in at the point guard position.
Jared Allen simply getting more and more comfortable. How about the rise and fire in the catch and shoot? Okay.
Here's Levine.
Mobley with the block.
Pass to Tyson. Back to Allen. And it's Sacramento with the rebound. Outplayed in the previous game on their schedule, losing to the Raptors.
They just got overwhelmed. We knew that game was going to be a tough one for them, and we were right.
Sometimes it's about the talent disparity, and it would have taken a massive effort for them to even be competitive, and it was nothing close to that.
And DB with Mitchell out there on the court, we have one of the most dynamic players in the NBA.
And Kevin, let's not forget one of the smartest as well. Donovan Mitchell played for Quinn Snyder early. He talks often about now understanding the game at a much higher level.
And Greg, what stands out most about Donovan Mitchell's game?
I think it's his consistency. He's a fearsome scorer pretty much since he set foot in the league. And with his pull-up game, he can get his shot off against anyone.
Cavaliers have gone 2 or 3 here to start out the game. Mitchell, and he finishes nicely on the layup. Mitchell's got 5 now.
You know, outstanding start. You've made 3 of your first 4.
And now, Allie LaForce has something for us from the sideline.
Well, I had a chance to talk with head coach Kenny Atkinson. I asked how you counter a player with DeMar DeRozan's versatile scoring. We're putting a close sign on the mid-range tonight, Coach Jones, adding we're going to be very tight in that area defensively and not give him what he wants. Sounds like DeMar is in for an uphill battle tonight. Kevin, back to you.
All right, Allie, we thank you for that. And here's DeRozan. 9 points last game. Puts up a three. Offensive rebound.
Come on. I'm shocked that didn't turn into 3 points. I mean, he makes you pay on those nearly every time.
And that one, good. He's got 6.
And it just seems that every pass they make is leading to a score. Just great ball movement.
And Doug Christie wants a timeout. Coach needs a moment to talk things over. Around halfway through the season and a chance here to recap where all the teams in the West sit in the standings. Taking a look at Sacramento. This season has been a struggle for them. They're down at the bottom of the conference.
Yeah, you know, for the Kings, this is probably a season they can't get through quickly enough. It has been a disaster on all fronts.
And when that happens, the talk is already about what's going to change in the offseason. The way things have gone, there's going to be plenty of that.
And so here's Cleveland. Following a three-point attempt by DeRozan.
And you could tell he thought that triple was going to fall.
Outside, Levine. Sabonis' screen on Mobley. Levine, good.
Well, in a screen and roll situation, Zach makes the right decision.
The Cavaliers leading by 4. Here's Mitchell. That's in, and he's now 3 for 3 and looking sharp.
Just setting the tone with an aggressive move to the rack. And where's the help defensively?
To me, that's a complete lack of communication on that side of the ball. These guys need to be talking to each other.
For Cleveland, they've gone 6 of 8 in the game so far. A very solid start for them. And the Cavaliers, Kenny Atkinson. Doris winning the NBA Coach of the Year in 2025.
And this was just an incredible honor for Kenny, who, of course, long-time record as an assistant coach, great player development coach, joined Steve Kerr for a time and says that experience helped take his coaching to another level. That has manifested in Cleveland. Boy, it felt like he let that possession get personal, trying to answer back with a 3 of his own there.
Mobley misses.
Nothing more important than contesting layups and dunks. A great job defensively.
Sabonis, and staying with the play, Sabonis.
Domantas Sabonis has the ability to keep possessions alive. He's crafty getting position, gets to the offensive window. That's nicely done. How high was Donovan Mitchell?
Brought to you by AT&T. 1:30 left to play in the first quarter. DeRozan scanning the floor. Jared Allen grabs the miss.
Sometimes the game requires you to just keep at it, so he's got to be aggressive.
And here's Mitchell from the arc. It's hauled in by the Kings. This game against Cleveland is the first time they've met this season. For 3, Levine, rebounded by Allen. And it's Mitchell with the ball for the Cavaliers. 9-point game.
You got to be kidding. Well, why did Donovan Mitchell win the dunk contest? Case in point right there.
Here's Levine. We saw him with 19 points his last outing. They need a good offensive possession.
Yeah, they've gone a long time without a bucket.
Outside Westbrook. Now, here's a shooter. Covered by Mobley. And it's out of bounds. They say was last touched by Mobley. DeAndre Hunter, he's checked in for Cleveland. Porter comes in for Sam Merrill. Sacramento also making some changes. Malik Monk, he's checked in for Zach LaVine. And Dennis Schroeder subbed in for Russell Westbrook. Now, here's Schroeder. He's playing a pretty big role for him at the offensive end, averaging about 12.5 points a game.
Well, you have to like their work on the boards, Kevin, particularly here to start the game.
Here's Mobley. Still yet to score. Here's Mitchell. Count that one as his 7th make in 8 attempts. A scorching 88%.
And they have owned the paint so far, and the score reflects it.
I know it's early, but you have got to like the dominance down low. Right now, they are playing bully basketball.
Donovan Mitchell firing on all cylinders for Cleveland. Going on an absolute rampage, piling in the points. He dictated the pace of the entire quarter. We'll return shortly. And welcome back to the second quarter of action. Plenty of basketball left to play, but this one has been one-sided so far. All right, well, a look at how the points have been generated so far. Scoring breakdown for Cleveland.
And right from the jump, they've been working hard to establish themselves inside, using agility and power to get shots in the paint.
And the other thing that's working for them tonight, getting out into the open floor. A lot of the damage coming in transition.
Schroeder against Ball. And the rejection by Bryant.
Boy, you'd love to see more of this from Thomas Bryant. He has the length necessary to send shots back.
The Cavaliers leading by 13. Thomas Bryant is out there with Wade. Then it's Porter. Then there's Hunter. And it's Ball in at the 2. That's the 5 for Cleveland right now. We're now joined by our sideline reporter, Allie LaForce. Allie, it's all yours.
Thanks a lot. Zach LaVine is becoming a more rugged defender. He said it takes a toll. I've always been in great shape, but you have to be strong, too. The mental side of it, digging deep and figuring out how to get it done and how much you want it. Now, I like taking on those challenges. Guys?
You got it, making the commitment. All right, Allie, we appreciate the report. Schroeder passes to LaVine, and stolen by Hunter. Loads it up for Bryant. No good there.
And he saw the play develop, but the pass just wasn't there.
It was a really good thought for sure, but the lob has got to be better than that.
Really well done there. Just confident and composed, never in a hurry.
And timeout call by Kenny Atkinson. He made the decision to huddle up with his guys and talk about strategy. A different look now for Cleveland. Tyson's checked in. And it's Sam Merrill in for Ball. For 3, it's Mitchell with the train.
Well, we know Donovan Mitchell is absolutely prolific from 3.
Hey, Greg, they dropped the interim tag for Doug Christie, as he's now the permanent head coach of the Kings.
Well, we'll have to see how permanent that is. The 5th head coach in the last 7 years. That seat is always hot in Sacramento.
For the Cleveland Cavaliers, they won their last contest, that game against Charlotte. And he uses the glass on the layup. Mitchell's got 5 points in the quarter.
And of the last 6 baskets, 5 have come on the interior. This is just smash-mouth physical basketball, guys.
Here's Westbrook. Up and in on the layup. Westbrook's got his 2nd basket.
Perhaps no play defines Russell Westbrook more than that. An explosive drive. Nicely done.
And that one drops for him. And the Cavaliers lead by 16.
Well, dependability, right? That is not wasting possessions. This is all about taking and making good shots.
And there before you are the teams that have been absolutely red hot for the last 10 games. 4th, the Kings. The Cavaliers 5th.
I mean, this is about hot shooting for both these teams recently. 2 teams playing with tremendous confidence. This sure makes for an exciting matchup.
Here's DeRozan. Oh, and the jam by DeRozan.
Yeah, DeMar DeRozan leaves no doubt. What a finish.
And so it's Mitchell who brings up the ball for the Cavaliers. They defeated Charlotte in their last game.
And the focus was to get stops. All game, they were right up on shooters, and that led to some big-time rejections.
The best defenses do a great job of protecting the rim. That team did not give an inch. They defended and contested every shot.
With a number of moves and shots to choose from, Hunter is scary. Nice bucket there.
Outside, LaVine. Pass to DeRozan. Over Hunter. DeRozan's shot is off.
A slight rebound advantage for them. One more column in their favor, and it's all adding up.
Here's Mitchell. And Mitchell with the dunk.
One of the real streak scorers in the game. Donovan Mitchell is heated up and percolating.
The Kings trail by 20. Monk outside. Levine for three. Again, the miss by the Kings.
And the shots just continue to say no in terms of falling.
And Mitchell gets it to go. DB, what would you say is the biggest difference between the regular season and the playoffs?
The level of intensity goes to a level that is so different than the regular season, Kevin. I say it all the time. If you walk into an NBA arena in the playoffs, the tension is so palpable, you could almost reach out and touch it.
For the Cavaliers, Allen comes in for Dean Wade. And Evan Mobley subbed in for Hunter. And a change for Sacramento. Ellis is checked in. Mitchell kicks to Mobley. From downtown, Monk grabs the board. The Kings trail by 20 outside Westbrook. Pass to DeRozan. Sabonis sets the pick for DeRozan. Westbrook, no good.
Rare you'll see him miss such an open look.
Oh, and the dunk by Mitchell.
Donovan Mitchell cooking right now. Things look easy on the offensive end.
Sacramento's got nothing but zeros from long range in the second quarter. 0 of 4. And Westbrook, here we go. And Westbrook throws it down.
Oh, how about using the rim to get some true hang time?
You know, he just wanted to make sure the landing was softer than the takeoff. Mitchell's shot is good.
Well, he's had a one-track mind this quarter, and that is score the basketball.
I see him. Westbrook with it. Now defended by Mitchell. Too open that time. Made it look too easy.
How about the quickness of that release by Monk? An experienced catch-and-shoot player who feels comfortable firing from deep.
And foul on the shot. He'll shoot 2 at the free throw line.
Way to attack there and then create the contact.
And this will be his second and third shots at the line here.
And he buried a bunch of shots from the stripe in that last game.
Free throw dropped for Mitchell.
In the NBA, there is a high need for relentless scoring and skill to match that scoring. That is Donovan Mitchell.
Catching up on the changes for Sacramento. Achua, he's checked in for Keon Ellis. And Zach LaVine subbed in for Monk. And Mitchell drops them both. The Kings trail by 21. Here's DeRozan. He has 6. The 3. Here's Achua. The dunk by Achua.
And for a power forward, he can sure get up. I mean, because of that leaping ability, it kind of offsets his height disadvantage.
And so a pretty lopsided game through the first half. Cavaliers lead by 19. We'll see you after halftime for the beginning of the third quarter.
Howdy, folks. The moment you've been waiting for is here. Before we recap the first half, let's see what the standings look like in the East.
I think for Cleveland, they've stayed in the mix. A few people predicted they might regress. Clearly, that hasn't been the case. They continue to hum along. It'll be interesting to see how they close out this year.
Let us take some time now to talk about the first half. A commanding performance for the Cavaliers.
I'll tell you one thing. They're going to keep going inside until the defense proves it can slow them down.
Shaq, why are you crying?
Leave me alone. This is you. Help me with the word, Ernie. This is...
well, to me, it seems euphoric.
Yeah, that's the word I was thinking, Ernie. Why? Why?
And that'll do it for halftime. We send you back to Kevin Harlan.
And with the second half upon us, we'll find out if this game becomes the route that it's threatening to be. It's been one outstanding game from Donovan Mitchell.
That first half looked like a dunk contest mixtape was just destroying the rim.
This guy, he plays fast, he's aggressive, and if you let him get to the cup, there is nothing that you can do about it.
Cleveland leading by 19. Hey, Doris, were you surprised by the success the Cavaliers had last season?
Well, Kev, I certainly expected them to be a terrific basketball team, but that win total was completely striking. But that's the unforgiving part of the business, right? Regular season success doesn't necessarily always translate.
Here's who Doug Christie is starting in the second half. Outside in the perimeter, Levine and DeRozan. Achua is out there with Sabonis, and it's Westbrook in at the 1.
Man, that's a tough call for the ref to make there. I'm not sure it was on the way down, but that's how they saw it.
And they pick up 2.
Boy, his offensive game has changed the tenor of this basketball game.
And the foul called on Donovan Mitchell. That is his first foul of the game. And here are the Kings now, trailing by 19. DeRozan's shot is off.
It's a +5 advantage for them in rebounding after that one.
This is what makes him so dangerous. He's not just a shooter. Donovan Mitchell, adept at scoring in the paint.
Outside, Levine. Back to Westbrook. Some nice ball movement here by the Kings. And it's DeRozan missing. Cleveland leading by 21. Here's Mitchell. Sacramento grabs the miss. Sabonis has got his 5th rebound right now in the game. And DeRozan with the basket on the assist by Levine. That's now 8 points for DeMar DeRozan. And now let's swing it over to Allie LaForce on the sideline.
Thanks a lot, guys. Coach Kenny Atkinson hit the ground running last year with the Cavaliers. He said Donovan Mitchell gave him the blueprint, adding, Mitchell told me our next step is empowering Evan, and me and Darius Garland could be great together. So there's no reason we can't be. So a lot of it came from him. He had a grip on where his team needed to go. Kevin, back to you.
Thank you, Allie. Here's Allen. Here's Merrill. The Cavaliers again can't hit. And Levine, here we go. And Levine with the slam.
Body control, flair for the dramatic. Levine in style.
Just a terrific perspective of that dunk from the Connected Camp. Brought to you by AT&T.
Boy, this offense has revolved around him today, and rightly so. He has been fantastic.
Left side, Levine. Sabonis, that's good, and it's Levine with the assist.
Just no resistance inside at all. They are feasting. This is a straight buffet.
It is. It's a big one. And load the plate. And, GA, you look at the numbers for Sabonis. They're historic. But how would you surround him to make a deep run?
Well, I might try to pair him with another rim protector. Sabonis is a nice focal point offensively, but he's not a big-time shot blocker.
And Doug Christie wants a timeout. He's going to have a discussion on the sideline. Let's see some of the numbers here for Donovan Mitchell. Three minutes gone now in the third quarter. Westbrook passes to Sabonis. And here's Levine. He's defended by Merrill. Levine kicks to Sabonis. Pass to Westbrook. Fires from deep. It's rebounded by Cleveland. Mobley's got 4 rebounds now tonight.
And with the success they've had rebounding the basketball, they're right where you'd expect them to be, firmly in the driver's seat.
Here's Levine. Westbrook passes to Levine. With nobody on him, he buries the jumper. Levine's got 9.
Not just a jump shooter. Levine is very capable on the interior.
Porter's checked in for Cleveland. Dennis Schroeder's checked in for Sacramento. Second half here. We're just over 3.5 minutes into it. Porter passes to Merrill. Lets it go from deep. Sabonis grabs the board. Sabonis has got rebound number 7 for him tonight. Here's DeRozan. Here's Schroeder. Good. And it's DeRozan picking up the assists. Schroeder's got his first 3 points of the game.
Well, this is why spacing is so important. When you can knock down distance shots, as Dennis Schroeder does there, it changes the equation.
Big miscommunication on defense. He recognizes it and quickly takes advantage.
And that's typical of this guy. He's always reading the situation, reacting quickly, and capitalizing.
Wow, he doesn't make plays like that very often. That's a nice move inside.
Mobley outside. Launches a three. And it's Sacramento with the rebound. At the conclusion of this game, they're off to Detroit, where they'll face the Pistons. And their road trip is only getting started, as that's the second of 6 for them. Three-pointer. It's rebounded by Schroeder. The Kings trail by 14. Here's DeRozan. And it's off the back rim. No good.
Boy, his struggles this quarter is not helping them right now. They may need to start going to somebody else on the offensive end.
Pass to Allen. He can't get that one to fall. Nice D from Sabonis.
Who got that?
Al Levine. 9 points in the game so far. Slam dunk by Sabonis.
Domantas Sabonis has filled out his frame, and if you need some physicality around the rim, this guy is willing to do it.
2-second difference between shot clock and game clock. Mobley finds Allen. Misses the mark. His third miss of the game. 4 for 7 now. Thiem passes to Schroeder. Out to the wing. Outside DeRozan. Schroeder outside. And so it's Cleveland enjoying a 12-point lead as they talk things over during the break. And we'll see if they can keep up their tremendous shooting they've been dialed in so far from the field. We've got more in store for you right after this. And now let's go back to a play from earlier as we show you our State Farm assist of the game.
And definitely deserving of the prize tonight. How about the read he made here? Looking like a point guard, putting the pass right on the money.
He's got the size to survey over the top of the defense and find the open man. That was beautiful.
And we reach the fourth quarter in a game that may be already out of hand. The wing set for him, Mitchell and Hunter. Then there's Wade. Then it's Porter. And it's Tomlin in at the 4 spot. That's the 5 for Cleveland right now. And he's good on the 3 ball.
Well, after knocking down a couple in the first half, that's his first triple here in the second.
Over in the corner, Ellis. Off the mark there with the 3-point shot. Cleveland leading by 15. Here's Mitchell. Oh, the dunk by Mitchell.
Physical finish from Mitchell, a guy who has no problem playing through contact.
And so here's Sacramento. Westbrook surveying the D. Kept alive. Sabonis gets the bucket.
It's just certain guys have a nose for the basketball. I don't think you teach that. Great second effort there.
For 3, Mitchell. Good, he hits again. That gives him 51.
Making it look easy.
He's hit 4 now from behind the arc, 2 in each half, making an impact.
Dallas can't get it to go. Cavaliers have gotten all 3 of their shots to drop here in the fourth quarter. They came out of the break on a roll. Shot from the low block. And there's another one for the Cavaliers.
What I like here, even with the big lead, they continue to execute their offense.
And that, to me, is a sign of excellent coaching. There's an attention to detail. There is valuing of every possession.
Punk for 3. And it's Wade with the rebound. Wade's got 4 rebounds in this game. To the paint. Here's Mitchell. Beautiful dish, and the layup goes down. Mitchell's got 53.
Boy, has he put his foot on the pedal here this quarter. He's doing a terrific job in terms of leading their offense.
So it's both teams making substitutions here. For Sacramento, they've gone just 1 of 6 from the field to start the fourth quarter. A bit of a slowdown for them right now. Shot to stop the run. The dunk by Achua.
Achua with room at the rim and doesn't hesitate.
Westbrook against Mitchell. Misses the layup.
Boy, he couldn't have asked for a better look. That's tough to take.
DeRozan finds Westbrook. For three, Levine. Jared Allen grabs the miss. And so it's Mitchell who brings up the ball for the Cavaliers.
That will be a getaway game for them, a one-game road trip.
For Sacramento, they've gone just 2 of 8 in this fourth quarter. The final quarter so far. And he gets the whistle. 2 free throws coming up. It's on Jared Allen.
Well, the craftiness of Russell Westbrook down low. This guy excels at drawing contact close to the basket.
And the Kings making a change here. Sabonis is checked in. Well, one thing the fans have come to expect from Jared Allen, Doris, some acrobatic finishes.
What's amazing, Kevin, is you might be looking at the rim, and there is no Jared Allen in your vicinity, and then a second later he's flying by and finishing. He's got great instincts.
Outside, Levine. And we're about 3.5 minutes into the fourth quarter. To the middle, Sabonis. Jared Allen grabs the miss. Allen's got his 7th rebound of the game with that last one. Mitchell with it. Sabonis defending.
And it's still a rare sight to see rebound numbers like the ones he's had tonight.
His production has been unbelievable, a testament to how much he cares about his craft.
And it's sent back by Allen.
This guy is known for his rim protection. Jared Allen excels.
My goodness, that was absolutely filthy.
Oh, nasty. This building is stunned. He dug deep, Greg, into his bag of tricks there. Outside, DeRozan. Outside, Levine. By Levine.
Making the most of the screen. That's how it's done.
And it's in the perfect spot, Greg. Frees him up to get all the way to the bucket.
Where was the defense? My goodness.
And they have been relentless from deep. And you see the defense trying to react, but to no avail.
Well, that's the whole point, isn't it? If you space the floor well enough, it's almost impossible for the defense to account for everyone.
Yes, and with this one winding down, it's obvious to everyone who watched it. Just like...
And got it! Another basket.
And he's nearing the single-game franchise record in scoring.
Absolutely on fire. Already a night to remember and approaching some history to boot. Westbrook, no good. Cleveland's gone 6 of 14 with the 3 ball tonight. Just a little over 40%. Here's Allen. That one wide left.
Well, this guy typically a nice touch from mid-range, but obviously can't make them all.
Stolen. Here's Mitchell. And he drops in the layup off the glass. 67 points for Donovan Mitchell.
Convincing lead with very little time remaining, and the fans are pumped.
Well, they're getting ready to celebrate, no doubt. They know it's theirs to lose at this point.
On the wing, Levine. Just 5 to shoot. Levine with the slam.
Well, multiple-time winner of the slam dunk contest, Levine has got a creative streak.
Here's Mitchell.
Saw the opportunity to put this away and did not turn it down.
Yeah, playing with great energy and great effort. And as a coach, you'd love to see this from your team every single night.
And the foul called on Donovan Mitchell. That's foul number 2 for him.
Substitution on the court.
Westbrook with it. And so it's Cleveland taking care of business in this one. And the outcome of this one was never in doubt.
And boy, they really put in a supreme effort. It just felt like once they had that lead and it was comfortable, they were not going to relinquish it.
And that's going to do it tonight, folks, for our broadcast. So for Doris Burke, Greg Anthony, and Allie LaForce, I'm Kevin Harlan saying thanks for joining us. But as we go, let's take a look at our player of the game, Donovan Mitchell.
Intermission.
say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Hello, basketball fans. You've got it on 2K Sports as we get set to bring you exciting NBA action. Here with Grant Hill and Richard Jefferson, this is Brian Anderson. Joining us from the sidelines, Allie LaForce. And let's check out a breakdown looking at some stats for him.
And over the last 5 games, his field goal percentage has increased. And you can make a case his confidence as well because of this.
Now let's take a look at Phoenix's opening lineup. Jalen Green is out there with Devin Booker. Then it's Royce O'Neal. Then it's Dylan Brooks. And it's Williams in at the pivot spot, manning the middle. And for the Hawks, Johnson and Okongwu, the duo inside. Nickeil Alexander-Walker out there with Dyson Daniels. And it's Kennard in at the 3, the small forward. Oh, man, this should be fun tonight. These teams love to let it fly from deep.
Oh, both these teams live and die by the three-pointer. If they're both on, we'll have a really high-scoring game. But if not, we might have enough bricks for houses at both ends. Not the tallest center in the league. He more than makes up for it with those crazy hops.
Outside O'Neal. Booker for 3. Gets the 3 to fall.
Part of the evolution of Booker's game, getting consistent from deep.
A moment to hear from Allie LaForce.
I caught up with Quinn Snyder. There is a clear game plan that Coach has in mind for Devin tonight. He told me, quote, Devin doesn't respond well to getting double. You can't do it every time because he'll pick you apart, but we'll send the extra man his way more than once. That I can guarantee. Back to you guys.
Thank you for that, Allie.
Hey, if you can't block it, sending him to the line could be the next best thing.
Phoenix shooting their first free throws of the game. The free throw drops for Williams. And Williams drops them both. And it's Daniels with the ball for the Atlanta Hawks. It's a 3-point game. Pass to Alexander-Walker. Williams grabs the board.
Well, the defense was fortunate. That was a good look from mid-range. He just was trash.
O'Neal takes the assist and lays it in. Nice setup.
Just taking it right to the rim, and no one was there to greet him.
Easy possessions like that literally are just a gift. You just dream of them. He'll gladly take those.
Now here's Daniels. His offense has been solid, scoring around 11.5 points a game. Okongwu, a screen on Booker. Clock at 6. Can they get it? Okongwu with the bucket. Okongwu's got his second bucket of the night.
Starting to find his rhythm. He's cooking, and he knows it.
Yeah, when he gets engaged this early in the game, it's bad news for the defense. He can roll this start throughout the rest of the game.
And he almost made them regret defending him so loosely.
Outside, Alexander-Walker connects from downtown. And this game is tied up now.
And that's what they want to do. Get him open looks early.
O'Neal on the wing. Pass to Booker. The 3. Jacks up a 3. Another miss. He's 1 for 4 from the field.
Okay, let's just say it. This has been quite a break of mirror. It's getting there.
First quarter of play, and we're about 3 minutes in. Booker's shot is good. Booker's got 5.
I guess Booker wants to play with his food before he eats.
And here's Alexander-Walker. He's been a big scorer for this offense, averaging around 20 points a game. And Booker has got the ball here for the Phoenix Suns. They trail by 1. With Royce O'Neal.
Yeah, after playing at 2 different universities and then going undrafted, he played 2 years overseas in Germany and Spain, and then he finally signed with an NBA team and has not looked back.
Now here's Daniels. No made baskets yet. Oh, the dunk by Okongwu.
He's a living highlight reel.
Seriously, that could end up being one of the best dunks of the year. Thanks to the AT&T Connected Cam for the up-close and personal view of that slam. Back to Alexander Walker. Kennard, right side. No good with the triple. Suns trail by 3. Inside. Outside for Brooks. Pass to Booker. Green, a screen. And he banks in the layup. He's got 9.
Gotta be impressed with Booker's basketball IQ. Superb at scoring off of pick and rolls.
Outside, Alexander Walker. Johnson passes to Alexander Walker. Count the bucket. Coming off a perfectly placed pass. Alexander Walker's got 5 now. The Suns have gotten 5 of 11 shots to go. For 3, O'Neal. Alexander Walker grabs the board. The Hawks lead by 3. Kennard passes to Okongwu. Oh, the dunk by Okongwu.
Oh, nice one-handed jam there, B.A.
Hey, little exclamation point. Well, the Suns shooting right around 42% in the first. Booker. That one's good for 2.
And even though they're down, it's not on him. He's been lights out on offense for them this quarter especially.
Kennard outside. Right side Johnson. Yep, that one goes.
Their ball movement on this run has been tremendous. It's led to a lot of good, clean, open looks.
Booker, the pass to O'Neal. The 3 ball. Nails it from beyond the arc. Onyeka Okongwu. He's been the guy making things happen for the Hawks. 8 points in the quarter, showing how effective he can be. We're coming right back. Don't go anywhere. And this has been a fairly close game through the first quarter. We'll see what happens here in the second. And for the Hawks guys, what jumps out to you statistically?
Oh, what I love was that first quarter was all about leaking out and capitalizing in transition.
It leads to some easy buckets, and I think it's given them control of the pace in this one.
Kispert is out there with Newell. Then there's C.J. McCollum. Then it's Kristaps Porzingis. And it's Krejci in at the 2. So that's the lineup for Atlanta. Now here's Porzingis. Down low. Tip! And so it looks like it'll be Atlanta's ball. Pass to Krejci. Fires from deep. The rebound by Allen. The Suns leading. Now here's Richards. Not going to go that time. Good D by Porzingis. Now here's Kispert. He's covered closely. Here's Newell. Rebounded by Dunn.
There's no way that's the best look this offense can produce.
And you couldn't get a better shot off. Like, come on, you got to make the extra pass. Like, being a teammate will go so far in this league.
And you like the balance here. Not just falling in love with the 3 ball.
Come get it, come get it.
McCollum looking it over. From the high post. And it's good. Off the back of the rim and in. McCollum's got his first 2 points of the night.
And oftentimes, you just assume McCollum's J is going in. He's this good of a shooter. It's incredible.
A different look for Phoenix. O'Neal, he's checked in for Richards. Dillon Brooks comes in for Allen. And it's Devin Booker in for Goodwin. Now here's Brooks. No points so far. Booker for 3. Gets it. He's 6 for 10 and looking confident out there.
And the defense is really allowing them too much room on the perimeter.
Daniels outside. Outside Porzingis. Oh, Porzingis getting it done inside.
Wow, they're really being taken advantage of defensively out there. No rim protection whatsoever.
We know how impactful Kristaps Porzingis can be, but he's often limited by injuries.
Yeah, B.A. Since 2018, Porzingis has only reached the 60-game mark once. But when he's out there, oh, he is the X factor.
And Atlanta with possession here. That's the basket by Phoenix on the other end. Shot's good by McCollum.
Ready to cash in. I like when McCollum looks to mix it up like this.
Phoenix has gone 2 for 2 from the arc here in the second. Brooks from outside. No luck on that one. For Atlanta, they've got 3 of 6 shots to go here in the second quarter. To the paint. Here's McCollum, and it's going to be a 3-second call. And let's take a look at the leaderboard and see which players were the top shooters from three-point land this past month. You look at Kennard, never leave him open. Second in the association from deep.
Sometimes you get into a rhythm from long range, and you can ride that stretch for a while.
Okongwu's checked in for Porzingis. Booker for 3. Devin Booker for 3.
You like how their perimeter game is building out. They're feeling it right now.
Now here's McCollum. 15 in his last outing. Here's Daniels. Nice start for him. Sinking his first shot.
Inside, Daniels really uses his agility, getting nimble to find himself a shot.
Brooks, the pass to Booker. Over Daniels. LaForce.
Well, Devin Booker grew up in Grand Rapids, Michigan, but around age 15, he moved to Moss Point, Mississippi to live and train with his father. Booker said, quote, "I understood the goal and I just embraced the culture and the inner city. They took me in, it was a really important time, and it was good for me." Back to you.
Thanks a lot, Allie. Now here's Booker. Launches a 3. Another 3 for Phoenix.
And this is how he shines. He's a big part of their floor spacing.
Yeah, you got to know where he is at all times, especially when he's roaming around the perimeter ready to fire.
And one move we're seeing more frequently these days, Richard, the self-alley-oop.
T-Mac might have been the first to do it back in the 02 All-Star game, but now you see it a few times this season, but it is still a major highlight every time.
Now here's Johnson. Looking at his stats, he's getting just over 23 points a game. Oh, the Hawks again cannot hit it. The Suns lead by 8. Pass to O'Neal. Some nice ball movement by Phoenix. Brooks from outside. Rebounded by Daniels. The Hawks have gone 4 of 10 from the field in the second. Puts up a 3. But Atlanta misses again.
And the defense got away with one there. I mean, that's a shot he typically makes.
Here's Booker. Oh, Devin Booker with a little extra sauce.
He has no deficiencies. He has no flaws in his offensive game. Booker, he's capable of dropping 30 on any given night against any given player.
Pass to Johnson. Kennard outside. Here's Alexander Walker. That one's off. Still out of sync.
He came out today planning to do as much damage from three-point range as possible. Well, it looks like it's time to change up the plan, guys.
It's an even 3-on-3 break. Kennard outside from the arc. And it's Phoenix with the rebound. Williams has got 9 rebounds in the game. Boy, he's getting it done. Just 2 seconds between the shot clock and the game clock. Yes, and it's Booker with the setup. And now it's a 12-point Phoenix lead.
I'll tell you what, they are on fire this quarter, taking total command of this game.
Here's Alexander Walker. And Atlanta misses again. And so it's the Phoenix Suns going into the break up 12. Building this lead up in large part because of how well they're shooting it. Well, now a minute to check in with Allie LaForce. She's courtside. Hey, Allie.
Coach Quinn Snyder with us now. And, Coach, a bit of a lull for this team scoring the ball.
Allie, as always, thank you. We'll be back right after the break for the third quarter here on 2K Sports.
Come one, come all. The 2K halftime is here, and so's our breakdown of the upcoming schedule. Let's check it out.
And for that matchup with the Pacers, they've had the better season, but this game feels close.
More than a few analysts have predicted an upset here. I'm going the other way. I think they take care of business. And let's move on now to that first half. Obviously, a lot of work to do for the Atlanta Hawks.
Where's the intensity at the defensive end? They need to get a hand up and contest more shots.
Coach needs to encourage them to be better moving forward, just like I do with you guys.
I'd better put my feet up. It's getting deep in here. That does it for halftime. Let's get back to game action. Here's Brian Anderson with the start of the third quarter.
And there wasn't too much drama in the first half, but maybe things will tighten up here in the second. Boy, we're seeing a tremendous game from Devin Booker.
You just love his patience offensively in the first half. Waited until he got the looks he wanted.
You love guys who can get their shots within the flow of the offense.
And so, in the game for Phoenix, Williams is out there with Royce O'Neal. Then it's Green. Then there's Devin Booker. And it's Brooks in at the small forward position. Everyone knows Devin Booker for one thing, Richard, his ability to score.
Yeah, I always think back to that 70-point game he had against the Celtics. He was only 20 at the time, the youngest ever in that 70-point club.
Ooh, against inside resistance. Booker still good.
They have no answer defensively inside.
Here's Alexander Walker. Capitalizes off the crossover. Alexander Walker's got 7.
You know, you just love to start the second half this way. What a play call.
I agree with this. Try to jump on him, dictate the tempo, and seize the moment.
Offensive rebound. Williams. And the layup is good off the glass. Williams has got his second basket.
They really have a commanding lead, not just in points, but in rebounds as well.
Now Okongwu. He's got 10. Daniels outside.
Hey, who's watching now?
Just 5 on the clock. Lets the 3 fly. And it's Phoenix for the rebound. Williams has got rebound number 11. Now here's Booker, covered by Alexander Walker.
And that's just an off-balance, low-percentage shot, especially without room to operate.
They set the pick. Kicks it out to Kennard. No one near him. Another one falls for Atlanta.
That's a heads-up play right there. Reads the floor, distributes accordingly.
So it's Phoenix now. On the wing, Brooks. Beyond the arc. That one's good. Give the assist to Booker. Booker's got 3 assists in the game.
And you got to at least honor Brooks' three-point shot if you're the defense.
Timeout.
He is more than capable of connecting.
And so the timeout by Quinn Snyder here. He might have seen something and needs to review with his guy. Here we are in the middle of the season. Let's see where the Western Conference standings sit. You take a look at Phoenix. At the midway point of the season, they're in 4th place in their respective conference.
Well, right now for the Suns, it really hasn't been the dominant season they were hoping for. But they're still in the hunt for a high postseason seed.
From here on out is just about putting in the work. Coming to every game ready to compete and never giving less than your best.
Now here's Alexander Walker. 7 points in the game. Kennard finds Okongwu. The kick out to Johnson. Here's Kennard. And it's good with time running down on the shot clock. Kennard's got 4 points now in the quarter. And it's Green with the ball for Phoenix. 13-point lead. They'll be hosting Miami for their next game. It'll be the first of 5 games in a row at home. And that one drops for him.
They're in strong position coming down the stretch, and he is a big reason why.
Daniels outside. There's the drive. Kicks it out to Kennard. And the three off target.
I'll tell you what, they've rebounded the ball tremendously well.
Brooks outside. Some nice ball movement by Phoenix. Green for three. And again, it's Phoenix from deep.
For Jalen Green to be an all-star level guy, he's got to knock down those threes.
Pass to Daniels. Here's Okongwu. 10 points for him. And here's Kennard. Outside Johnson. That's good from Okongwu. On the assist by Johnson.
Timeout.
Okongwu's got 12 points in the game. And so the timeout by Jordan Ott here. Coach taking this moment to speak to his guys. Maybe alter some of the game plan. Kristaps Porzingis, he's checked in for Johnson. Gillespie's checked in for the Suns. Now here's O'Neal. He's got 7. Back to Brooks. On the wing, Green for 3. Drills it from deep. Green's got 6 in the quarter.
Back-to-back threes, making their defense work on the perimeter a bit.
Picked it. To the inside. And stolen by Porzingis. And a fast break now for Atlanta. Oh, now that's how you finish a break. Throw it down with force.
Gotta credit the heads-up defense by Porzingis. Gets the steal and starts the break.
Outside, Green. There's the triple. The shot comes out. Hawks trail by 17. Here's Daniels. And it's good as he snugs it right through the net. 6 points for Dyson Daniels.
Nice ball movement there. Delivered the pass right on time.
Pass to Gillespie. And there's the drive. Oh, and makes it with the kiss.
And just not letting up at all. I mean, you have to love this approach. You want to get the ball to the guys who make plays.
This is when good players really get after it. He can sense that they're reeling, and he's going to put his foot on the pedal. Let's just say his subpar shooting is just one reason why they are trailing in this ball game.
Yeah, showing a little versatility with their offensive attack. In the first half, it was about the 3-ball. In the second half, they've emphasized interior scoring.
Now 8 seconds separating the 2 clocks. Here's Kennard. He lays it up and banks it in. Kennard's got 9.
His shot has been on point from the opening tip. He's pretty much kept them in the game.
Outside O'Neal. Pass to Gillespie. Takes a 3. He buries it from 3.
Their strategy has been pretty simple here in the second half. Attack from 3-point range.
And you see this so much more nowadays in the NBA. Teams putting a larger emphasis on jacking up threes.
Ball stolen. Well, through 3 quarters of play, down double digits. It may be difficult to overcome. The Suns on top. They lead by 18. And we're just moments away from the start of quarter number 4. Stay with us. And a moment now as we take a look at our State Farm assist of the game.
He's always near the top of the list for this honor. I mean, passes like these are his specialty.
That is why he is a point guard in this league. He has the elite passing ability, the vision. You need both to play the point guard.
And there have been 2 very different performances from these teams today as we get going in quarter number 4. Johnson and Porzingis, they're inside. Then there's Corey Kispert. Then there's C.J. McCollum. And it's Krejci in at the 2 guard. So that's the Hawks 5. Pass to Booker. Fires the 3. Another 3 for Phoenix.
As the deep shots continue to fall, you can sense the frustration growing among these defenders.
Krejci, the pass to McCollum. Porzingis against Booker. 6 to shoot. Here's Johnson. The shot's good.
Attacking the heart of this defense. That's 8 straight points inside.
The Suns lead by 17. We played just over a minute here in the fourth. Booker, good. Booker's got 11 in the second half. And the Hawks shooting has been great. 57% and finding ways to score consistently. Outside Porzingis. Here's Kispert. And that one is stuffed right through.
With two hands on the rock, he powers it through.
Totally in control, protecting the ball the whole way. Here's Booker. He drives in.
Nice move by Booker. He's got such an aggressive mindset.
And so McCollum will bring it up for Atlanta. Their next game playing at home as the Pacers come to town. That'll be the second and last game of a quick homestand. And Atlanta making a change here. Okongwu's checked in. And the Suns also making a change. Mark Williams, he's checked in for Richards. And so it's Quinn Snyder here calling timeout, rallying his guys to make sure they all know the plan. Phoenix on D. 19-point game. Kispert outside. Porzingis with a screen on Booker. McCollum outside. 5 on the clock. And Jalen Johnson is going to pick up the foul. That's his first foul of the game.
Very little resistance around the rim right now. That's the 5th straight bucket they've given up in the paint.
Here's what Atlanta's going with right now. Kennard, he's checked in for Kristaps Porzingis. Dyson Daniels comes in for Kispert. And it's Alexander Walker in for C.J. McCollum. Phoenix also changing it up. O'Neal, he's checked in for Dunn. Dylan Brooks comes in for Allen. And Green is subbed in for Gillespie. The shot by Alexander Walker, no good.
And right now, they're +8 in the rebounding category. That's helping them run away with this.
Brooks from outside. The rebound by Atlanta.
And they're up right now, but it hasn't been because of him. He's really struggled on offense.
Daniels, that one's true.
Oh, I love that possession for them, ending with an assisted bucket.
3rd minute of action now gone here in the 4th. Here's Booker. An easy 2 on the layup. Booker's got 42 in the game.
He's putting them to the test this quarter, attacking every chance he gets.
Outside Johnson. Alexander Walker with it. Takes the 3. Brooks with the rebound.
He hit 1 3 in the first half, but he hasn't had anything since.
Williams finds Booker. Grant, you look at some of the rule changes in recent years. Does it seem to you like coaches' challenges are here to stay?
You know, B.A., it does. And I think that's a good thing. You know, I can think of a few calls I would have liked to challenge in my day. So it's a nice option to have.
Kennard for 3. Knocks it down from distance. Kennard's got 9 points now in the second half.
Pick works well there, but the defense left a lot to be desired.
Yeah, that just comes down to a lack of effort. The defender has to do a better job fighting through the screen.
And trust me, when the D's slow to react, he'll be the first guy to make them pay.
Yeah, they're going to do a much better job of putting a little bit of pressure on him on his way to the hoop.
Now here's Kennard. Here's Alexander Walker. And he nails it!
Obviously, this guy has a talent for scoring. Able to problem solve for whatever the defense tosses at him.
Get outside! Get outside!
Now Booker. From deep. On target from range. Booker's got 49 in the game.
Right back at you. Booker matching threes.
It's safe to say they have dominated this game. The game wasn't even as close as the score says in a great win for the Suns.
And the disparity in the talent was obvious by the end. Sometimes you just don't have enough ammunition to compete.
Yeah, B.A., just a total beatdown. And the next time these teams meet, I can't imagine it'll be any different.
And this will give them their 28th win of the year.
And I'm sure they're happy to get even for what happened the last time these teams met.
And of all the highlights and performances we've seen here tonight, the one thing that stands out is what an unbelievable night it's been for Devin Booker.
He did a great job following his team's game plan and not rushing anything on offense, which allowed him to catch fire.
Here's Alexander Walker following the score by Phoenix. Pass to Kennard. Back to Alexander Walker. Picked up by Okongwu. Here's Daniels. The three-pointer off the mark. Booker surveying the floor. Banked it in off the glass. Booker's got 53 points.
Stepping up and nailing an important shot to put this away.
And that score probably slams the door for any would-be comebacks. And look, they put this one to bed.
Now here's Kennard. Off target from three-point range. Booker attacking. Oh, no, stop it in there. Jams it in, and he's fouled. An opportunity in a three-point play. It's on Onyeka Okongwu.
Devin Booker at the line for one.
One shot.
That's it. 12 seconds left in the fourth quarter of this one. Here's Krejci. So no problem for Phoenix as they get the win. This one wasn't even close. The hometown crowd was waiting for a miracle that never came.
Yeah, and this team was consistent throughout. They met every challenge, and they earned this dub.
Well, folks, that's going to do it for now. For Grant Hill, Richard Jefferson, and Allie LaForce, this is Brian Anderson. Thanks for watching the NBA, presented by 2K Sports. And let's leave you with our player of the game, Devin Booker.
And in the locker room, each guy has been going over and through his own routine to get ready. But once they... Welcome, fans. Thanks for joining us for this Friday night edition of the NBA on 2K Sports. I'm Kevin Harlan here with Greg Anthony and Tim Legler, along with our reporter, Allie LaForce. Greg, isn't this a fun time of year? Mid-season basketball, from award races to juggling playoff pictures. It's terrific.
Yeah, you really get to see things taking shape. I like watching teams rise up and make the unexpected run. Makes the league so much more interesting.
And the starting lineup for the Pelicans, Jones and Williamson in at the forward position. Trey Murphy is out there with Fears. And it's Queen in at the center, filling out the middle. From past the arc, it's good. He makes his first shot of the game.
The defense collapses on Morant. Smartly, he's able to find that open three-point shooter.
Pass to Fears. The three. And the rebound goes to the Grizzlies. They're coming into this game off that recent loss to Atlanta.
And the fact they still had a chance to win that game, I find to be somewhat amazing because it was clearly an off night for most of their guys.
And yet they ended up right there. They could have stolen that win. It's definitely a missed opportunity they'd like to get back.
And the Pelicans miss again.
3 attempts from the field with nothing to show for it, but they should settle in soon.
And Morant gets it to go.
Morant using that quickness to his advantage. That time he gets that one to fall.
Here's Fears. Guarded by Morant. Pass to Williamson. Back to Jones. There's the triple. Unable to get that one.
Still nothing after 4 shot attempts. They're desperate to see something fall through the net.
And Morant gets it to go.
Uncovered at the rim, finding cracks in the defense here early on.
Well, with that kind of success, I imagine they'll continue to be aggressive inside.
Looking to end the run. And it's Williamson missing.
The defense doing just enough there to affect that shot.
Jackson drives in, and he banks in the lane.
And early on, they've been nearly perfect from the floor. Just the one miss here on their first 5 attempts.
And this Grizzlies organization, Greg, not afraid to innovate.
Yeah, we see that with the offense they've implemented. Different than just about any other team in the league. Rather than pick and roll, it's much more predicated on off-ball shifts and cutting.
And just under 2.5 minutes elapsed here in the first. Out to the right wing. Outside, Jones. Drops in the layup for 2.
And that ends the struggle. You could feel the tensions in the building with each miss.
Well, you need to have a short-term memory. You can't worry about the shots that didn't go in.
This is how athletic Morant is, a point guard who possesses incredible athleticism.
Williamson outside. Six to shoot. Now on the scoring column with that bucket. 1 for 2 this game.
And that's where Zion wants the ball. And it's important his teammates get it to him there.
Right now, let's take a second to catch up with Allie LaForce on the sideline.
Thank you, guys. Zion Williamson is one of the most gifted athletes this game has ever seen, but now he's taken his commitment to conditioning to another level. He said, I definitely see the difference. I'm feeling like I don't exert as much energy to get to a certain speed. My movements are swifter, guys.
Not a scary thought. Okay, Allie, thanks.
Yeah, so many times we will see shooters of any caliber miss that wide open 3.
Memphis moving that ball around. Here's Morant. What a play!
Unbelievable!
And leave it up to Morant to put on a show. What a spectacular dunk.
That's a great look at that move from the Connected Cam. Sponsored by AT&T. Here's Spears. Guarded by Morant. Takes a step back. Takes the 3. And Trey Murphy gets the 3.
And he likes to get in a rhythm early. Nice triple.
And so here's Memphis. 6-point lead. Their last encounter was in New Orleans where they were able to handle the Pelicans.
And the last time they were able to come away with that win because of their depth. Great production from the reserves.
And a credit to their front office. They wanted a more complete team. And that's exactly what we saw in that one.
Here's Williamson. Can't hit from 12. Memphis leading by 6. Morant outside. Lays it up off the glass. 10 points for Ja Morant.
And they are attacking the rim and getting great results.
To the wing right side. The wide open look here for Fears. And the Pelicans hit again from deep.
You know, maybe he's not one of the elite sharpshooters, but even still, that's not a shot that D can afford to get.
Fires the 3. That's his second shot and his second basket. He's 2 for 2.
And I like the back and forth here, showing confidence from range.
Yeah, he was so ready to answer that. These teams are just battling.
Williamson against Jackson. And it's Williamson missing.
No doubt it's been a bit of a struggle for him here in this quarter in terms of scoring.
Jackson passes to Wells. Jackson down low. The shot's good. Jackson's got his second bucket of the night.
Their play on both ends has been superb. We'll see if they can maintain the momentum.
Well, the score reflects it. They've just been the better team all the way around.
Ja Morant has been leading the charge, guys, for the Grizzlies. He got into double digits for the quarter with 10 points total. And we've got more on 2K Sports coming your way after this break. And thanks again for tuning in. If you're just joining us, we've played through one quarter of action so far. And taking a look at the Grizzlies' performance here, guys, what have they been doing or not doing?
Well, they use the fast break to generate some easy buckets before the defense could get set.
Everybody in this league wants to run, but not everybody has the personnel to do it. This is a great start.
We've got Santi Aldama. So Williams out there. Jock Landale's out there with Caldwell Pope. And it's Spencer in at the 1 spot. That's the group for Memphis to kick off the second quarter. Poole with no one around. A three-pointer off the mark. And the Grizzlies leading by 10. Pass to Spencer. Over in the corner, Caldwell Pope. From outside the arc. That's his second shot and his second basket. He's 2 for 2.
Yeah, defenses beware. You have to close out hard on KCP and disrupt his rhythm.
And Poole now, top of the key. Back to Messi. Fires the 3. Rebound by Williams. Memphis has gone 3 of 6 tonight when they've let it fly from downtown. Spencer. Caldwell Pope for 3. From deep. Down it goes. It's
fantastic and is a big part of why they've been able to get these good looks.
They've been struggling here on offense.
Yeah, a bit of a dry spell for sure.
And so James Borrego decides to call timeout. Looking for a breather and maybe adjusting a thing or two. Several teams changing it up here. Let's pause for a moment to show you the teams that have been the best on the glass over the course of the month. 5th best, the Grizzlies.
I mean, they've taken their rebounding to another level, getting physical and playing with a ton of energy.
Here's Fears. Coming in off a 12-point game his last outing. Now Williamson. Pass to Fears. 5 to shoot. Here's the teardrop. Doesn't get it to drop for him. And here are the Grizzlies now. Good momentum, 8 straight points. Lets it go. No good off the front eye.
And players avoid taking mid-range shots these days. It's almost like the threes are easier for players to get.
Jones, the pass to Williamson. Here's Fears. Good, and the assist goes to Williamson. Williamson's got 3 assists in the game.
And when he's near the rim, Zion knows he has collapsed the defense. So now he can kick it out for 3.
Oh, great body control. Morant.
I'm sorry, that's poor defense down low again. It's been a mismatch thus far in the paint.
Williamson with a screen for Poole. No good on the 3.
And they've got a big lead, not just on the scoreboard, but really in the rebounding numbers as well.
And Tim, quite the character, this Jordan Poole. His personal style is like his flashy game.
Well, Kevin, he loves his fashion, and he's a passionate cat owner. Characters like him make the league fun, and it gives fans more to engage with than just basketball.
Near the three-point line, it's Poole. Wells grabs the miss.
Well, he's certainly more than capable of hitting that shot, but somehow, even with no defense, he came away empty.
Morant passes to Landale. Uses the glass to finish the layup. Landale's got his first 2 points.
Big miscommunication on defense. He recognizes it and quickly takes advantage.
Well, the way this game is going, I'm actually not surprised it was that easy for him.
Here's Poole. And the layup's good off the glass. Poole's got his first bucket of the night.
The more effective Poole is inside, the more headaches he causes for the defense.
And some changes here for the Grizzlies. Edey's checked in for Jock Landale. And it's Jackson in for Santi Aldama. And then for New Orleans, Queens checked in. And Trey Murphy subbed in for Jordan Poole. Williamson, the pass to Queen. Some nice passing here by New Orleans. Three-pointer. It's rebounded by Memphis. Memphis with the ball. They're on a 15-5 run here. The three from Morant. It's good. The assist this time from Jackson. Jackson's got 3 assists in the game. We've got 1:18 left to play here in the second quarter. Guys, they're looking for a way to score here.
Yeah, they've had a tough time taking the lid off.
Now we'll hear from Allie LaForce, and she's got a story for us. An update. Allie?
Thanks, guys. The Grizzlies last season retired the jersey number of the grind father, defensive ace Tony Allen, the player who coined the grit and grind motto that defined the franchise in the 2010s. Allen was a perennial all-defense selection in Memphis, and his hard-nosed play set the tone. Kevin?
All right, Allie, thanks a lot. And a chance to catch up on some numbers here. The scoring breakdown for the Grizzlies.
So far, they've moved the ball well, leading to open, high-percentage looks. Lots of assists in this one.
And what about the collective effort so far from distance? Their shooters have been on point there.
In recent seasons, availability has been a problem for John Morant. Greg, dig into that a little bit.
Well, from a league suspension to multiple injuries, Morant has missed a significant amount of time, but we know when he's on the court, he's a game changer.
Here's Williamson. And the rebound by Jaren Jackson.
Well, they've been better than good on the glass today, and there is a glaring discrepancy between these two teams in that area.
Jackson against Williamson. There's a good screen. Big with the dunk right over Jaren Jackson.
Oh, let's go home. That was just ridiculous.
I do not remember the last time I saw a dunk like that in a game. And so it's the Memphis Grizzlies taking a 19-point lead into the break. The scoring has been tremendous, and they are shooting lights out with very high accuracy. We'll take a quick break and then back to the action here.
Thanks for tuning in. Did you miss us? Before we discuss the game at hand, let's first check out the upcoming schedule. And let's do something we never, ever, ever do, and that's go off topic.
What topic?
So we don't have a topic, Shaq?
Isn't that a topic? Being off topic?
Well, that was more no topic than off topic, but that's all the time we have for this topic, thankfully. Let's move on now to that first half we were watching. A brutal game so far for the New Orleans Pelicans.
Well, the energy they're putting out is not going toward their defense. Problem is their offense can't keep up with those guys. So the D has to pick up the slack or this thing is over.
Man, you know they're getting an earful right now in that locker room. We'll see who's listening.
That'll do it for our show tonight. Thanks for joining us, and we'll send you back to Kevin.
And as we dive into the second half, we'll find out if the next 2 quarters are any different from the first 2. So far, it has been a runaway. Guys, John Morant has been sensational.
Definitely been challenging the defense here early on, not settling for anything outside.
I wouldn't want to have to be out there trying to keep up with them. It's really difficult when he shows you this kind of energy offensively.
Here's Morant. Setting the floor now for the Pelicans. Jones and Williamson in at the forward position. Pass to Fears. Off target with his 3. And the Grizzlies leading by 19 points. Jackson finds Morant. And Jones pulls it down. Jones has got his 4th rebound with that last one here tonight. Williamson looking it over. Here's Spears. They set the pick. Just 5 on the clock. There's the cross. It's sent back by Edey. Memphis has gone 6 of 10 from three-point range, up over 50% for the ball game. Stripped away. Jones dishes to Williamson. And the rejection by Jackson. And so James Borrego decides to call timeout. Coach is going to talk some things over with the team. Might be seeing something to adjust. Hayes checked in for Williamson. And GA, a lot of the best defensive teams in the league have some stout zone looks they can go to. Where do those in a game come in handy?
I mean, often it's a way of challenging opponents to make perimeter shots, but also you want to show different looks just to kind of disrupt the rhythm of a team's offensive flow.
And Hayes throws it down.
And forceful there from Bay, attacking the iron.
Here's Morant. Banked in off the glass. Morant's got 20.
Guys, his consistency in terms of shooting has really helped them seize control.
Pass to Bay. The shot from the low post is good.
And maneuvering into position, Bay moving the needle.
Now here's Morant. He's guarded closely. That one falls.
I mean, he's just been brilliant today, guys, and it was the same exact story last time out.
Second half of play, but just under 2.5 minutes gone.
And physically, there's no doubt they've been the stronger team. A +10 rebound advantage tells you all you need to know.
Finished off by Morant.
We all know Ja's capability to fill it up, and he is showing it here tonight.
Pelicans trail by 21. Fears with it. He's got 9. Pass to Bay. Takes a 3. Grizzlies with the rebound. Edey's got his 7th rebound of the game with that last one. And the teardrop. And Morant will lay it in. Morant's got 8 points in the quarter.
And continues to make plays offensively, having a very efficient quarter.
Here's Queen. Jones finds Baines. And again, no good by New Orleans. And so Morant will bring it up for Memphis. Just 4 points. That's all they've given up here in the second half. Here's Spears. And so it looks like the Pelicans will retain possession here. And so James Borrego decides to call timeout. This now will give him a chance to discuss some potential changes. Grizzlies making a switch here. Spencer's checked in. All right, a chance to check out stats for Jaren Jackson.
And something has really clicked for him at the free throw line. In the past 5 games, his percentage at the line is much better than it had been prior. Sometimes that's how it works. A switch flips, and all of a sudden, you're locked in.
New Orleans moving the ball around. Here's the screen. Bay into the lane. Lets it go with the 3. They get it back. And Bay able to finish. And the Grizzlies leading by 21. So let's head to the sideline. We've got some news on Zion Williamson. What are they telling you, Allie?
Hi, guys. The head athletic trainer for the Pelicans let me know the status. There's some pain in the chest area, especially when breathing. Right now, it's being called a bruise. Still, they're not the same without the play he brings. So, 100% or not, he's back on the court. Guys?
And Allie, we thank you for the report.
Well, it's a tough part of the game for sure. You see these athletes out here with the strength and speed that they play with. Injuries are unavoidable.
Here's Spears. Wells with the steal. They're running. Here's Edey. It's hauled in by Queen. And for the Pelicans, they're shooting 33% for the night. That's a big point on their side right now.
And running with a full head of steam, but completely under control.
In this league, you run whenever you can. It's so much easier to score in transition.
Now let's step back and have a look at the top passing teams in the NBA this season. Fifth best, the Grizzlies.
And contrary to what we see from other teams, this squad has no interest in playing strictly as individuals. Their assist numbers show what a cohesive bunch they are.
And another miss by Memphis. Pelicans trail by 21. There's the three. Hits it from three-point range. 6 points for him.
I tell you what, it's almost like stealing to watch how he plays the game from this seat.
Here's Jackson. He climbs that one off the back iron and down it falls. And that's now 6 points for Jaren Jackson. To the left wing. There's the pick. All sorts of time. And the Pelicans get it back. Here's Alvarado diving in. Great pass to set up the lay-in.
That's the right pass to make. Beautiful job.
Pass to Jackson. Fires for three. And the rebound goes to the Pelicans. And that game will be game 2 of 3 straight on the road. It's rebounded by Memphis. Edey's got 9 rebounds now tonight. And here's Jackson. Ja Morant has been leading the charge, guys, for the Memphis Grizzlies. He's up to 26 points in the game now. Just keeps pouring in the buckets. We'll get you back to the action after this break. And let's take this chance now to show you the State Farm assist of the game.
And I'm glad this was the pick because I love this pass. Such a great dish. That's what I call court vision.
Well, he made it look simple, but that's not always easy to execute.
And as we head into the fourth, we'll see if there's a comeback in the works or if it's more of the same from the first 3 quarters. Vince Williams out there with Santi Aldama. Then it's John Brown. Then it's Morant. And it's Spencer in at the 1. That's the lineup in the game for Memphis.
And Zion might be one of, if not the most powerful dunker in the league.
Unwilling to let up even for a moment. That's his killer instinct, just fanning the flame.
Yeah, he can taste a win right now, just trying to close it out.
And it's Alvarado missing.
You know what, though? Sometimes you can be too open. I think it may have surprised him, and that's why he missed.
And here is Poole. Mr. Williamson. Down low. Knocks it loose. Morant against Poole.
High effort play by Morant. He refuses to let the foul stop him from getting the shot up.
And a moment here to take a look at the scoring breakdown for Memphis.
I'm in love with how they're moving the basketball all game long. And also their ability to move without the ball. That style just makes it so difficult to defend.
Well, they have really taken advantage of the mid-range area of the floor. It's been open for them all night.
Zach Edey, he's checked in for the Grizzlies. And New Orleans also making a change. Queens checked in. Williamson outside. And the Pelicans miss again. And the Grizzlies leading by 19 points. Now here's Morant for 3. It's hauled in by Queen.
So far, he hasn't done a lot of damage from 3. Only had that 1 in the first half.
It's sent back by Edey. Aldama with the ball. Picked up by Poole. Back to Morant. Good D by Williamson.
And you can see the defenders afraid to kind of get in his way a lot of times when he's on his way to the basket. But on that one, they were there.
And it's Alvarado missing. The Grizzlies have gone 1 of 3 from the field to start the fourth quarter. Tim, at one point, your dream was to play professional baseball. Why did you switch?
Kevin, it really came down to this. Hit a growth spurt when I was 14 years old, and I decided to go try this basketball thing that first year in high school. As it turns out, what I fell in love with, I didn't need anybody else to get better. I had an insatiable work ethic. It lent itself to hours and hours on the basketball court by myself.
That is such an interesting perspective. Catching up on the changes for New Orleans. Herbert Jones, he's checked in for Bay. Trey Murphy comes in for Poole. And Fears is subbed in for Jose Alvarado. It's good. And it's 8 points for Jaren Jackson.
And he is a huge presence inside at both ends. Jackson's a great asset to have in the post.
Here's Queen. Laid in with a nice touch off the glass.
I tell you, he has some impressive moves in his repertoire. That's as good as it gets, but just one of many.
Right side Jackson. The tray. It's hauled in by Queen. Queen's got 4 rebounds in this game. Wells with the steal. Morant passes to Jackson. To the inside. Queen finishes inside on the nice dish.
And guys, I like what they're doing here in the second half. Getting a lot of production in the paint and still trailing, but starting to show some grit down low.
On the free throw, no good. And the Grizzlies leading by 18. Morant. Oh, and he cannot get the layup. The Pelicans have gone 3 of 8 here in the fourth quarter. Fears with it. He's picked up by Morant. And it's off. And so Morant will bring it up for the Memphis Grizzlies. Cleared away by Jones. Pelicans trail by 18. Down low. Gets it to go.
And every year, Williamson seems to take another leap as a distributor. Great pass on that one.
Yeah, we've got a moment here. Let's present our player of the game, Ja Morant.
And it's been a ridiculous performance in the best sense possible. I mean, everything about his game has been working. And no matter what they've thrown at him, he's had the answer.
Without his heroics here tonight, this could have been a second straight loss for them. But he was sensational. And instead of a losing streak, he may have them headed in the opposite direction now. Good work there as it goes down.
Yeah, I'm amazed at Morant's ability to take contact and still stay in full control.
Finally coming together for them. The deficit's still large, but now not insurmountable.
And they seem to have found something out there. I like the confidence they're playing with.
Fires the 3. The putback. Morant there for the rebound. Memphis leading by 14. Now Edey. Cleared away by Jones.
No question as to which team gave the better effort tonight. A dominant performance and an outstanding win for the Grizzlies.
You know, their big advantage was points in the paint.
And they found a way to pound the ball inside. And that was working all game long.
And so they'll stretch their victory total to 19 on the season.
And this will be their 3rd win in 3 tries against these guys. They match up so well.
And one of the key components to this victory, if not the biggest, was the incredible performance for Ja Morant.
Well, what a highlight reel he put together, playing his game and contributing in a big way.
8-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock. He's off from 3. Jones. Off target from outside. Oh, softly lays it in.
Oh, if you need help, right on.
So no problem for Memphis as they get the win. It was a tale of 2 teams tonight. One that was in total control, operating flawlessly, and the other just searching for answers that they could never find.
I mean, the energy here is just so tremendous. Fans involved from the get-go, and once they started to really pour it on, it was fun to see that rhythm and flow from their perspective.
Now we have a moment to go courtside. Allie LaForce has got something for us.
Jaren, you've shown yourself to be an impact player at both ends of the floor. But is defense where it starts?
Yeah, you know, the talking keeps me active, just being able to move my feet, being able to stay low on defense, you know, all those things keep you engaged. And when you do those things, you can make a big impact as the anchor of the team. And, you know, everybody else, they take pride in defense. So if I'm working with everybody else, it's great.
Thanks, Jaren. Congrats on your success.
As always, Allie, we appreciate it. Thank you for joining us. That'll do it for now. Alongside Tim Legler, Greg Anthony, and our reporter, Allie LaForce, this is Kevin Harlan saying thanks for watching, folks. And as we leave you, let's take a look at our player of the game, Ja Morant.
Coming up next, the Thunder taking on the Pacers. For the Thunder, the first half of this season was about putting the league. Well, Clark, we've got two teams here that have serious depth. They don't need to rely solely on their starters.
You're exactly right. That's a value-added luxury that's actually becoming more and more prevalent. It also makes each team a little more unpredictable offensively. When you've got that kind of versatility and depth, anybody can step up on any given night.
And now Indiana's starting group. Andrew Nembhard is out there with Aaron Nesmith. Then it's Pascal Siakam, and it's Furphy in at the three.
And the D can't allow Gilgeous-Alexander to get this positioning, because once he does, he makes you pay.
Pass to Furphy. Now here's Siakam, hounded by Wiggins. There's a screen from the top of the key. And the rebound goes to the Thunder. And they've been winning at a high level this season. Most games not even close. Their point differential is sky high.
Yeah, a lot of their games have been essentially over by the third quarter. Blowouts, big margins, really astonishing the dominance they displayed over the course of the season. I'm not sure we've ever seen a team so consistently dominant.
Good. It's really good work from the mid-range there. If you give Siakam room to shoot from that area of the floor, he's going to let it go and make most of it.
Well, Grant, you look up and down this Thunder roster. It is just loaded with winning players.
Yeah, B.A. Guys who are going to make the right play, defend their spot, move without the ball. I mean, they built something special in OKC, piece by piece.
Relatively open from mid-range. You'd like to see that one go down.
SGA with it. He's picked up by Nembhard. Wallace's shot is good.
Off to a perfect start, and you can see their confidence growing.
The Pacers have gone 1 of 4 to begin this one. Outside Nesmith. First quarter, just about 2 minutes in. And here's Siakam for three. Sinks the tray. Siakam's got 5 now.
When Siakam is assertive like this, I love it. I mean, knocking down these kinds of shots is huge for building confidence.
And he gets that one.
5 buckets without a miss. That's a fantastic start.
Indiana's gone 1 of 2 from three-point land so far. Down low. And he jams it home with authority.
Man, we talk about Siakam's versatility. Well, there it is. Nice pass.
Thunder leading by 3. Pass to Holmgren. Huff pulls it in.
That's going up against a defense that knows your tendencies.
And let's swing it over to the sideline and hear from Allie.
A bit ago, Mark Dagnall and I were able to chat. We got to talking about Pascal Siakam. I'll be honest, I love his game, Coach said, but we have to look for ways to stop him. I'm hopeful we can disrupt his rhythm and push him off his spots. So not letting Pascal get what he wants is the game plan here. BA, back to you.
Good job there, Allie. Thanks. Here's Dort. He's in his comfort zone. 2 for 2 to start this one.
Nice use of strength by Dort. He runs into the inside contact, but pushes right through it.
And there's a whistle. That's going to go on Lou Dort. That's his first foul of the game. Williams is checked in for Oklahoma City. And we're just over 3.5 minutes into this first quarter. Williams against Siakam. And Siakam with the slam.
If you do not keep Siakam out of the paint, he'll make you pay.
You know, Grant, for a guy who started playing basketball at age 17, Siakam has put together quite the resume.
Yeah, B.A. Pascal is a champion. He's got multiple All-Star and All-NBA selections, and one of the great developmental stories when you think about his discovery through basketball without borders.
That took a little extra effort from Nembhard, but the juice was worth the squeeze.
Wiggins for 3, and that comes off the assist by Gilgeous-Alexander. SGA's got his 4th assist with that last one. Nembhard, the pass to Huff. Outside Neesmith, Siakam a screen. To the middle. And the layup is good off the glass. Siakam's got 11.
Inside, Siakam gets the better of the defense using his agility, clearing himself a path to a shot.
And it goes. As the official calls the foul, count it, and he'll shoot one more at the line. That'll put Shai Gilgeous-Alexander on the line. That one on Nembhard. A different look for Oklahoma City. Williams is checked in for Chet Holmgren. Caruso comes in for Wiggins. And Isaiah Joe subbed in for Wallace. Then for Indiana, Walker comes in for Furphy. And it's McConnell in for Neesmith. It's a nice passing by Indiana here. Siakam for 3. Knocks down the triple. He's got 14.
Well, they're still losing, but it's not because of him. He's been lights out this quarter.
On the attack, SGA, and it's good for 2.
A tricky cover. Gilgeous-Alexander is a talented finisher inside.
McConnell against Gilgeous-Alexander. And that one is hammered home.
Oh, neither of these teams can miss. At the same time, neither is playing a ton of defense either.
Here's SGA. Takes it inside.
Defenders just clearing out, and Gilgeous-Alexander came in with a purpose.
Nembhard outside. Outside Walker. And the jam by Walker.
I mean, what an acrobatic move. Walker just leaving them speechless.
How about that elevated look on the AT&T Connected Cam? Yep, that one's good. And that's 13 points for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
He's putting on a show this quarter, and the team's feeding off his energy.
Got a piece of it. SGA with a steal. Joe, the pass to Williams. What a performance for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. He has been the story for Oklahoma City. His fingerprints were all over that quarter. 13 points, leading the charge. And more NBA action on 2K Sports coming your way right after this. And thanks again for tuning in. If you're just joining us, we played through 1 quarter of action so far. All right, guys, what do you think about the offensive approach we've seen so far for the Thunder?
I really like how they're knifing inside with confidence, exploiting any openings they see in the defense, taking advantage.
Man, they're just having their way, bullying the other team in the painted area, imposing their will down there whenever they want.
Williams is out there with Holmgren. Then it's Alex Caruso. Then it's Isaiah Joe. And it's Mitchell in at the point guard position. That's the lineup out there for the Thunder.
And this is where Holmgren is such a scoring threat. His size can make interior shots easier to find.
You know, Clark, despite winning 3 championships prior to the NBA days, the Pacers are still looking for their first NBA title.
Yeah, they've been close a couple of times in the history of the NBA, 2000 and 2025. They've had some really great teams over the years in the 90s and 2010s, and they came close last year, and I think they'll continue to knock and one day kick that door in.
Gives us a chance to catch up with Allie LaForce.
Thank you, Brian. Chet Holmgren checked some boxes. He said if you can play defense and shoot the ball, you can pretty much play on any court, anywhere. Those are 2 things that are always needed on the basketball court, and that's when the foundation of my game started. Back to you guys.
A unique talent. Thank you very much for the report, Allie.
They're not messing around. 5 of their last 6 buckets have come from the interior.
And timeout called by Rick Carlisle. And we might see some changes. Coach potentially looking to adjust. Williams is checked in for Williams. Then for Indiana, Siakam, he's checked in for Potter. Furphy comes in for Walker. And it's Nesmith in for Shepard. Outside Nesmith. Here's Furphy. He's guarded by Caruso. Siakam outside. Shot to stop the run. Siakam hits from downtown.
When he is locked in like this, points just seem to flow from Siakam no matter where he is on the floor.
Joe on the wing. 3-pointer. Drills it from deep. Joe's got 6 here in the quarter.
I just love the ball movement.
And we're about 2 minutes into the second quarter here. Pass to Siakam. Here's Furphy. And here's McConnell. Checked by Mitchell. Shot clock at 6. Jackson with a screen on Mitchell. McConnell's shot is off.
And unlike some other guys, missing a wide open look won't hurt his confidence at all.
There's the 3. Sinks the tray. Joe's got 9.
Their defense has to do a better job of smothering those shooters.
Pacers trail by 17. McConnell finds Siakam. And there's the whistle. Illegal screen is the call. And one thing about this game, on any given night, you can see an upset.
Yeah, I mean, BA, it just shows how hard it is to be consistent night in and night out. Every team in the league has quality players, so if you're off your game even just a little, that could be enough to lose it for you.
And the Pacers making a change here. Huff checked in. Williams' shot is good.
Their offense is looking like a well-oiled machine, getting any look they want. Boy, this is borderline ridiculous. I mean, every single attempt finding the bottom of the bucket.
Siakam against Holmgren, and it's out of bounds. Last touch by Holmgren. So Oklahoma City going with almost an entire new group here. Wiggins, he's checked in for Williams. Dort comes in for Caruso. Wallace, he's checked in for Joe. And Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is subbed in for Mitchell. Nembhard, he's checked in for Indiana. 6 on the shot clock. Looking to win the run. And he lays it in. Nembhard's gotten his 2nd bucket of the game.
Even with that defense draped all over him, Nembhard showing excellent touch around the rim to get the finish.
Back to Wiggins. Gilgeous-Alexander on the wing. Wallace outside. From behind the arc. Buck pulls it in. Pacers trail by 17. To the paint. And Nesmith gets it to go. Nesmith's gotten his first bucket of the night.
Putting in that work near the block. Nesmith playing winning basketball.
Gilgeous-Alexander passes to Holmgren. Indiana with a rebound. A tough loss coming against Boston in their last game.
They hit a couple big shots, but overall, there was a lack of consistency. Just not their night at the offensive end. And you know what? If you're not going to outwork your opposition, then you typically are going to get outplayed.
One thing about Andrew Nembhard, you appreciate the passion he plays with.
Yeah, I love his toughness. I mean, he just is unflappable. He's persistent at the defensive end, plays at his own pace, unafraid of the big moments, makes big plays and shots. I mean, you can see and feel his fire, even though he's not overly demonstrative in how he does what he does.
This defense is getting spaced out. 3 of the last 5 buckets have come from way beyond the arc.
Nembhard outside. He tried to come right back with a 3 of his own, but it's no good. Oklahoma City leading by 18. Dort outside. Pass to Gilgeous-Alexander. From downtown. Oh, he can't miss. 8 for 8 after that shot.
This is some kind of performance we're seeing from him today. He is yet to miss a shot.
Outside Nesmith. Now here's Siakam. To end the run. Wallace pulls it in.
Just enough of a shot contest to bother him.
Dort outside. 3 seconds separating the shot and game clocks. From deep, SGA. And again, Oklahoma City with a triple.
That's 3 in a row from out there now, so they've got to do a better job contesting.
Here's Siakam. Indiana again missing.
Yeah, they just can't seem to end the drought no matter where they shoot it from.
And, you know, they've got to be careful because this is when the team concept breaks down and guys start playing hero ball.
And so it's the Oklahoma City Thunder. A huge 24-point lead for them. It hasn't taken them too many shots to get their points. They're winning with efficiency. All right, stick around. We'll be right back after this.
Welcome, everybody. Let's get right to it. It's been nothing short of a tremendous challenge for the Indiana Pacers.
Where is the rebounding? They're getting pushed around and eaten alive. This is so embarrassing.
Yeah, that's something they need to fix if they want to get back in this game. And now let's take a glimpse at some of the games on the upcoming schedule.
And for that matchup with the Raptors, on paper, these teams are pretty even. So what will be the determining factor there, Ernie? I'm not sure, but they got to avoid mental errors.
Shaq, you agree with Kenny?
Not on most things, but this case, yeah.
And that is going to do it for us. Let's get back to some second half action with Brian Anderson and company.
And after a very lopsided first half, we'll see if things play out a little more evenly in the second. You know, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander has been exceptional here, guys.
He's been so disruptive defensively in the first half. His fast hands pick plenty of pockets.
Well, I thought it was a great defensive performance for him so far. He's aware, he's alive, he's alert, quick to react to everything that's going on around him. Can't do it much better than that.
And here's Gilgeous-Alexander. He'll bring it up for the Thunder. They lead by 24, their biggest margin. And the Pacers looking at who they've got. Aaron Nesmith is out there with Andrew Nembhard. Then it's Pascal Siakam. And it's Huff in at the 5, roaming the paint. Indiana's gotten 3 of their 7 threes to find the net in this matchup. As to Furphy. Now Siakam. Wide open. Dort grabs the miss.
Well, you know exactly why they let him have that shot.
And Grant, while most didn't expect it, last season the Pacers made the second NBA Finals appearance in their franchise's history.
Yeah, B.A., there's so much belief right now in that locker room. They never feel like they're out of a game, and that makes them dangerous.
Nembhard into the lane. Good D by SGA.
He'll miss some of these from time to time, especially when he feels some pressure on the way up.
Holmgren finds Wiggins. The 3 is up. Pacers with a rebound. Huff's got 4 rebounds in the game. Nesmith with it. Watched by Wallace. Inside. Nembhard, the pass to Huff. And he converts the layup. Huff's got his second bucket on the night.
The size advantage gives him a clear path to the shot.
Dort for 3. Shot's good. SGA making the play.
They're getting torched on the perimeter. 4 of the last 5 buckets have been threes.
It's hard for me to watch this. I mean, the defense practically giving them those shots.
And the Pacers call time here. Let's take a look at the Western Conference standings now that the new year is upon us. You look at Oklahoma City, they are holding down the #1 spot in the conference. Not a bad position to be in.
I think for the Thunder, I recall them having a lot of naysayers at the start of the season, but now they may not have any. This team is ready for a deep playoff run.
They do have the pieces in place for a title run, but the competition in the playoffs will be stiff.
Siakam in the post, pounded by Wiggins. It's good.
He's done everything he can tonight, trying to keep this team competitive.
Indiana with a rebound. Huff's got 5 rebounds tonight. All right, let's check in with Allie LaForce.
Hey, the Thunder are a powerhouse without possessing a bunch of big-name stars. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander said the front office does a good job of picking players to be a part of the organization, and Coach Mark Daigneault said our job as a team is for the whole to be better than the sum of the parts. Guys, back to you.
Okay, thanks for the report, Allie.
This is what they were hoping to get from him tonight. Solid performance.
Siakam outside. Neesmith passes to Siakam. And Siakam with the slam.
Yeah, certain nights Siakam takes over. He's been aggressive here from the tip.
Here's SGA. Oh, he is cooking right now. 10 for 11 from the field.
And he's coming off a huge performance, and his confidence couldn't be any higher. And his coach knows that, too.
Showing no signs of slowing or cooling down. They're going to ride him as far as he can take him.
Oklahoma City's gone 2 of 3 from outside so far in the third quarter. Holmgren, the pass to Wallace. Nice ball movement by Oklahoma City. Dort for 3. Again gets it to go. He can't miss. 5 for 5.
Their strategy has been pretty simple here in the second half. Attack from three-point range.
Certainly. I mean, they saw a weakness in the perimeter defense and took advantage of it.
Pass to Furphy. Launches it. And it's Holmgren with a rebound. Holmgren's got a rebound number 5 here tonight. It's Wiggins on the wing. Outside, SGA. And here's Dort. The 3. The rebound by Nembhard. And the foul called on Chet Holmgren. That's his first foul of the game. A line change here for Oklahoma City. And the Pacers also making a change. Jackson, he's checked in for Siakam. Indiana's got nothing to fall from outside in this third quarter. The trap by Nembhard with the smash. Basket's good.
They have no answer defensively inside.
Yeah, and that's 4 straight field goals now they've allowed from point-blank range. Can't happen.
The Pacers making a switch here. Potter's checked in. All right, guys, what do you think about the offensive approach we've seen so far for the Thunder?
Well, you know, for me, the passing has been fantastic all night. Everybody loves watching this style of basketball where the ball moves and players move. Coaches, fans, and even us broadcasters can appreciate that kind of action.
Yeah, something else they're doing in this game is striking from long range. The defense just hasn't been able to keep them off the arc tonight. When you let a team knock down that many threes, you know you're likely to be on the wrong side of a run.
Pass to Furphy. 4-3. Oklahoma City grabs a miss. They'll be hosting Toronto for their next one, and that'll put them halfway through a 3-game homestand. And yep, it's good. Joe's got 11.
The assist numbers certainly stand out. They've really emphasized ball movement here today.
Clearly just an example of a different mindset between these teams.
Pass to Jackson. Nembhard against Mitchell. Fires the 3. Indiana again missing.
Yeah, just a little off his game this quarter. He's trying to work his way into a rhythm.
Here's Williams. A rebound by Jackson. The Pacers shooting a nice 50% for the game. To the middle. It's tipped. And it's out of bounds to Indiana.
Great read to get a hand in there and disrupt the play.
And, you know, even though they didn't come up with the steal, that's still a nice defensive play.
We've got 13 seconds left in the third. Pass to Walker from outside the arc. Up again. It's good on the putback.
Oh, phenomenal hustle. He has a knack for those boards.
Man, he is tenacious when that ball goes up.
That's what they've got him out there for, fellas.
And so it's Oklahoma City holding a massive 34-point lead to end the quarter. And they've been shooting the lights out from the arc. All those threes have this poised for a blowout. And don't go far. We'll be right back. And while we have a chance, let's go to our State Farm assist of the game.
Talk about painting a magnificent picture with that, Don. Just a great decision and a perfect delivery.
And they'd love to see every possession end this way. True team basketball.
And we reach the fourth quarter in a game that may already be out of hand. Williams is out there with Williams. Then it's Isaiah Joe. Then there's Mitchell. And it's Caruso in at the small forward position. That's the lineup for Oklahoma City. Siakam outside. Clock at 6. McConnell from outside. It's good. And give the assist to Siakam. Siakam's got 3 assists in the game. Right side Mitchell. Let's go with a 3. Indiana with a rebound. McConnell looking around. And here's Siakam for 3. They get it back. And a dunk by Jackson.
And their offensive rebounding is such a strength for them when he's on the floor.
Yeah, he really helps them extend possessions, doesn't he?
And, you know, those second chance opportunities can be game changers. He represents so much value to this team because of what he does.
Now here's McConnell. Here's Siakam. And Indiana again with the bucket.
Since entering the league, Pascal Siakam's jump shot has come a long way. Now it's a reliable go-to shot for him.
Williams on the wing. Back to Mitchell. Three-pointer. Another shot. And it's laid up and in by Williams.
They really have a commanding lead, not just in points, but in rebounds as well.
And what I like about it, it's been a physical brand of basketball. It's had a little sandpaper element to it. Gritty and rough, but that's how you win games.
Hey, you leave him open, he's going to make the defense pay for that level of disrespect.
And so it's Mitchell who brings up the ball for the Thunder. From deep. And Williams with the basket on the assist by Caruso. Caruso's got 6 assists here tonight. Pass to Jackson. Jackson with a screen on Williams. Here's Siakam. Will not go. Misses off the front iron. The Thunder have gotten half of their attempts to fall in the fourth. 2 for 4 now. Williams' shot is good.
And the defense has no one to blame but themselves. I mean, they just let him get right to the rim.
Yeah, you know, he should be getting extra attention from the defense, not less.
Here's McConnell. Lets it fly. Gets an open look and hits it. Siakam's got 25 points in the game.
Well, he's still battling, doing everything possible to keep them in this game.
Here's Caruso. And it's Oklahoma City with another.
Looks like we're starting to see a pattern here. Not afraid to get in the paint and get wet.
Well, I agree with you. 4 of their last 5 baskets have been exactly of that variety.
Pass to Siakam. Over Williams. And Indiana again with the bucket.
We know Siakam's got a really nice jumper. Still, I love Pascal in the painted area. I think using his length is where he's most effective.
Outside Joe. Here's the 3. That one's good. Mitchell making the play. Mitchell's got 3 assists tonight.
Yeah, he's in his bag from beyond the arc right now. You see his confidence.
Yeah, I'd be confident too. As a matter of fact, I mean, if you're stacking up threes the way he is, I mean, he's doing all his work from behind the arc.
Man, he's on fire. Playing patient basketball, not forcing shots.
And that one's good. Caruso's got 4 points now in the quarter.
Good decision making. Scopes the situation, puts the pass right on the mark.
McConnell passes to Siakam. Williams grabs the board.
He's as surprised as we are. Most nights that bucket is automatic.
Back to Joe. Lets it go from deep. It's not going to go for him. Indiana has gone 2 of 3 from beyond the arc here in the fourth. 1:27 left in the fourth quarter. McConnell from outside. Mitchell grabs a miss. Here's Oklahoma City now.
And you can see how scary this team can be when everything is clicking for them. Just a terrific performance for the Thunder.
This team did a lot of things well tonight. Number one was passing the ball.
And it was a team that was in rhythm. And they just trusted each other to take the right shots.
And give them credit for what'll be their 38th win of the year.
And that's a sweep of the season series. It's clear who the matchup favored. They'll wish they could have seen more of these guys.
Yeah, you know, I thought the result might be a little different this time around, but clearly I was mistaken. Now they'll have to wait till next year for a shot at revenge.
And even the opposing fans can't deny this was a sensational game for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
Tell you what, this guy worked his behind off on both ends of the floor. He was really an intimidating presence out there.
Shot clock at 6. Pass to Siakam. And that one's good. Siakam's got 31 points.
Hey, it's typically a positive for this offense when he's assertive and looking to score.
They got a big lift from their crowd tonight, giving them the energy they needed.
Boy, they've given their fans plenty to cheer about, that's for sure. Effort, skill, coaching, you name it, they've done it.
And so Oklahoma City takes this one, and by a big margin. Well, this might not have been the most competitive game we've ever seen, but you've got to appreciate their masterful performance.
And I'm sure their fans appreciated it too. We saw the outstanding defense and a loaded offensive effort. And they were just dominant out there.
And now we have Allie LaForce standing with the player of the game. Allie, take it away.
Shai, you were using those long arms to be disruptive on the defensive end. What's your focus at that end of the floor?
I'm just trying to be as active as possible. And like you said, getting my length involved, something I've been blessed with, and I just want to use it.
That activity, that length was noticed. Congratulations.
Allie, thank you as always. And that'll do it, folks. For Clark Kellogg, Allie LaForce, and Grant Hill, this is Brian Anderson. And now let's take a look at our player of the game, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
Thanks everyone for watching. Like, thumbs up, medium light skin tone, comment, subscribe and share. Victory hand, medium light skin tone.